9, and you're eating nothing. Right. And he built it up in his head to be this fairy tale, rose petals. And to me, it's still just sex.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Little Black Book 91. We are giving you guys fans live, baby, talking about Married at First Sight, baby. Okay, Married at First Sight, baby. Listen, this is an opportunity for you guys to get on the show and give us your opinions and your thoughts. We want to know what you guys are saying and what you guys think about the latest episode of episode 12 on Married at First Sight season 12. It's been crazy, it's been mad, but we are gonna get into it. Remember, this is an open floor session where all of you guys get the ability and the chance to say. We've got an hour, okay? So if I don't want to email at 3 a.m. UK time. I don't want to email at 9 o'clock CST time. I don't want to email at 10 o'clock EST time saying, Coach, I wanted to join. It's too late. We've got 1 hour. If you want to be on the show, please email us through. Listen, I'm feeling good. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling good. You understand? I'm feeling good. Little Black Book, reveal yourself. Woo, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Groovy for you. Groovy for you, baby. Listen, we want you guys to come up in here and give us your thoughts and your opinions. It's been a crazy episode, okay? Crazy episode. Why has it been crazy? Well, I just showed you a clip. I'm going to show you the clip again, okay? Just in case you missed it. I'm going to show you the clip again, okay? All right? The craziest thing.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. We're doing sexting. I'm getting you off every night, and you're eating nothing.
I mean, this is really mad right now, isn't it? She is she's given Ryan everything, and she is getting nothing. Well, you know what? The maddest thing is that this is what we've been saying for the past few weeks. Have we not been saying this for the past few weeks? We've been saying this for the past week, saying that, you know what, Ryan is probably giving her something, and Ryan's probably getting something and not giving her anything back. And that's crazy. And this is why I said I can't rock with the brother when he's telling me he wants an emotional connection. Emotional connection where? You want an emotional connection, but you're out here giving things, cuz. Yeah? You want an emotional connection, but you're doing everything else but entering into the garden, cuz. Yeah? Alright? All she wants, okay, is what a married woman wants. She just wants a good piping. Sir, you are allowed to do it. Bible says the marriage bed undefiled. Ryan, why are you holding back? What's stopping you from actually giving your wife Clara the good sex? She needs it, you know? She needs it, you know? Like, you know, my girl out here, you know, my girl out here is really trying. I mean, what her to do? What do you want her to do? She's out here giving you the goods, okay? Letting you feel good. You know, you're coming to the point of climax and climaxing. And then you just want to what? Leave your girl there, bro. Yeah? You're not gonna use your hands. You're not gonna use your mouth. You're not gonna pipe. What are you good for, sir? What are you good for? You know, listen. And then you have the cheek, the audacity. You have the audacity to come onto the show. Listen, I want to show you something. I'll show you something. I don't want to ruin my I don't want to ruin my my thingy, bruv. Like, yeah, let me just show you. Where is it? It's not even. I need to even get you the guys a clip. Hold on, let me get the clip for you guys. Bruv, the audacity to even think, like, listen, I am all down for, you know, celibacy. You guys do your thing, and you guys, you know what, you guys, you know, you want to develop an emotional connection. What I'm not down for is that you're taking someone to a point and you're getting them hot, and then when they get to a point when they want the thing, you say, okay, no, I'm thinking about emotional connection. Yo, brother, listen. Unless you got a sensible excuse, I don't want to hear nothing else apart from that is you entering in and entering out, sir. I'm just going to keep it all the way through, Kaz. I'm not even trying to make it nasty. I want to make it very plain. Listen, we can be Christians and keep it 100% real out here. Sex is important when you are married. Huh? Because we always sing, when will you marry? And now you're married, and now you don't want to give her no sex, bro. Come on, bro. We need to know why. Because you're getting yours. You're getting yours. You know what I'm saying? So remember, I was saying in the last few episodes that, you know, we appreciate the fact that if he was not having sex at all, I would be okay with him taking it slow. I'll be like, here, listen, bro, let me play the keyboard for you. Take it slow, slow. We don't know which way to go. Take it slow. Take it slow. I'll be with you. I would be with you. But you're not doing that, bro. Yeah? You know? You're doing dun, dun, dun. It's getting hot in. Dun, dun, dun. It's getting hot in here. That's what you're doing right now, bro. Yeah, and you're making my girl suffer, bruv. You know what I'm saying? So I'm perturbed for my sister. You know what I'm saying? I'm perturbed for my sister, man. She out here suffering, blood. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's mad. It's mad. It's mad. It's mad. You know, so my whole point is this: like, he just needs to. If he doesn't want to give her the good piping, stop all the sex in general. Let her know, I don't care how much you want it, let's stop incomplete, so that you don't feel some type of way, because I'm not ready to go there just yet. But instead, she's out here complaining. So it's taken us 12 episodes, yeah, and she's now come out and explained what we all just said. You know, she's giving you stuff and you're not doing nothing back, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, listen, it's a Mazzoline. It's a Mazzoline. You know what I'm saying? It's a Mazzoline. And I want to get this clip. Sorry, I didn't even get it. Let me get what I was trying to get. Yeah, hopefully it's the one. Yeah, I hope it's the one. But yeah, so, you know, this is, bruv, obviously then, the tun is not tasting like the peaches and the cream, bro. Listen, you know the tun, fam. You know the tun has to be, you understand? Because you listen, it has to be so clean I can eat my dinner off it. I'm keeping it real, like, you understand? Like, but obviously my brother is not doing what he's supposed to be doing. So maybe there is something there. Maybe there is something that we're not seeing. Maybe there is some hygiene issues. We don't know. But you see what I'm saying? Like, because my man's not really servicing the thing, yeah. Because my man's not really doing what he's supposed to be doing, yeah. Now it looks like now we're gonna start questioning her. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be questioning Clara like that. I don't want to be questioning Clara's hygiene ethics, because my man's not giving her what she needs. You know what I'm saying? I got what you want. I got what you need. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm now having to question Clara for 21 questions, and they all about us. Like, I don't have to do that, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? So make it plain, make it clear, brother. Why is it that you are not doing this and hitting the ton? Nothing in return, Tatiana. Nothing in return. It's sad. It's sad. Anyway, guys, come on. Listen, I need more of you to come on here and get onto the conversation today. I don't want to email later on, guys. I don't want to email later on close to the hour like, oh my God, get him on. I don't want an email at 1 hour's time. Come and jump on now. Give us your thoughts. Give us your opinions. You want to join the conversation? Send us an email so we can get onto the show. Do you feel me? You know, because it really could be the hygiene thing, you know what I mean? I'm hoping, you know, my man's going to really just get it together, and, you know, he's going to offer, you know, and just really break it down and give it to her, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, listen, sex in a relationship is a beautiful thing, bro, you know what I'm saying? Listen, if it's sweet when you're fornicating, it must be even sweeter when you're doing it in God's time. I'm just going to be real with you, you understand? That's what I thought as well, Life of Budge. I'll say the same thing. I'll say the same thing. My only thing with you know, my only thing with the only thing with Clara is that she talks too much. You know, she talks too much. She talks way too much. Like, you know, loose lips, they sink the ships. You know, let me say it with you guys. Loose lips, they kind of they do things that shake the ships. You understand? Like, we need her to. Because listen, if he has got anything wrong in terms of erectile dysfunction or a small penis or anything like that, blood, this is probably going to get out. But obviously she hasn't said that to the girls just yet. She just said obviously that she's not getting it. So, you know, I'm scared that she's going to say some things that are going to expose them. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was still like that. Do you get me? Riley's trust is shattered after this episode. Yeah, for real. You know, for real, his confidence. This guy's all about developing trust by doing things. You know what I'm saying? By doing things. And she's not really about that. You understand? Like she's not giving us that vibes. You understand? That vibe. Now we're seeing people are coming onto the show. You understand? I see people are now starting to send the links. They want the links. They want the links. They want the links. We want it. I'm telling you. Hey, listen, and we're hoping that Paige, yeah, has got it sussed, you know. We're hoping that Paige, someone said he's trans, I don't know about that. We're hoping that Paige has got it sussed now and she's going to change, she's going to take it more seriously, she's not going to go back to Chris, you know, and she's learnt her lesson because she knows that she's fallen in love with the idea. And if I ever fall in love with the idea, I will make sure that Chris is not your man. And if I ever fall in love with a demon, I will make sure that the angels are my friends. Yes, because you're gonna need it. Do you get me? You're gonna need it, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? But let me show you this clip, yeah? I want to see if I can get the clip up to where it needs to be, bruv. It was so mad, like, it was just here, like, hold on. Let me try and get it if I can. Oh, let me see. Have I got it?
Being a husband.
So I can get it.
And I truly believe the relationship between Claire and I has been better than 99% of the people that have been married at first sight. So I think that Jake would benefit from my sound advice.
Are you mad? Did you hear what he just said? Do you know that? Did you hear the crud? Did you hear the crud that my man just sang? Did you see the sign? It's a double yellow line. Did you see it, the crud? He's out here talking about, oh my gosh, my relationship and that, you understand? Our relationship is like 99% better than anybody, but you're not hitting it, bro. Where's that music? I need that music. That goes tin tin. What's that music that people have been doing on TikTok? I need that music to go on, and then I can say like, but did you hit it, bro? You know what I'm saying? That's what I need. I need that kind of music behind it, so that it gets that, that you know what I'm saying. So we get a proper thing in there, innit? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But we've got our first kind of callers on now, okay, guys. So I'm gonna stop my little rants now and get some people on to discuss the thing, to discuss what's going on in episode 12. Okay. Yes. I managed to find a barber in this lockdown, guys. You know what I'm saying? But I'm hoping that Ryan will break open the box and start giving it to his lady. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's get our guest on so far. Right, we've got what, 40 minutes now, cuz. Yeah, I told you guys, we've got 40 minutes now. All right, Regina and Linda, welcome to the show. We really appreciate you guys for jumping on so early as well. We want to get your thoughts and opinions on the particular show. You can talk about any particular subject you want, and we'll start from wherever you guys start from, and we'll go from there. Do you know what I'm saying? So let me go with Linda first. What did you want to talk about today, Linda?
Hi, Kojo.
Hey, Linda, you right? Yeah.
Good. So I wanted to talk about Virginia and Eric.
Okay.
And this is the first time that I honestly felt really bad for Virginia, because I initially, the whole time I was thinking, man, Virginia doesn't compromise. She doesn't try to like meet Eric in the middle. Like, I know he can be demanding, and some other people mentioned that Eric is always giving the ultimatums, and I low-key didn't really like agree with it. I wasn't really seeing it too much. Like, I kind of understood where he was coming from at times with his ultimatums, like when it came to like the sleeping on the friends' couches and things like that. But this is the episode where it really kind of brought that into focus for me. And I did see it as a problem, like a real problem. And it made me feel like there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we're not seeing. That, the fighting, the arguing, the disagreements. And Eric seems to have, well, he definitely does have a tendency to want to make things just appear perfect. And I don't know if it has something to do with his like upbringing, like not really wanting to air your dirty laundry either. Like, so sort of like Ryan, although I think Ryan is delusional, but he has a little bit of that in her. And oh my gosh, Virginia is just like a bundle of nerves. Like, her anxiety was like, I saw like she really is dealing with that, and hopefully she gets help for it, because I do think that that is probably a bigger deal than what we're seeing, and is definitely leading. I think they're both not terrible people, but I think that if they work at things and really, work together to try to understand each other, truly understand
Mm.
each other, where each other is coming from, that it could work. But they need to address those issues that they're running away from. Virginia is more willing to address it, but I don't know if she's willing to do what it takes to actually overcome it. Um, when it comes to Ryan and Clara, I just thought it was hilarious because I don't know if people caught it, but Ryan in his confessional actually had the audacity to say that Jake should be taking advice from him
Mm.
because him and Clara are doing probably the best that any other couple on Married at First Sight has ever done, and he considers himself a really great advice
Husband.
giver. And
Mm.
I was just like, oh my gosh, this man is actually clueless. Like he really is. He's very clueless. He's unaware, and it's like Clara is seething right in front of your eyes. You can't see
Mm.
it. You're obviously oblivious, and that's definitely a problem. So I was
Yeah.
just shocked to hear him even have that perspective. It means that he is totally not on the same
Oblivious.
page. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah. That makes sense. That
So
makes sense. Virginia, what are you saying to that? What are you saying towards Eric and Virginia? What's your thoughts in regards to that then?
I feel like yesterday was the Eric and Virginia show.
Mm.
Um, so Eric and Virginia. So I see Eric. Eric is making it Virginia's responsibility to pay for his past hurt and pain for
Mm.
whatever reason. Like it is not her responsibility to make you feel comfortable
Mm.
throughout the day or throughout the week. And he's projecting that on her, and it's not fair. And that's I don't blame her for having anxiety in that moment because it wasn't just about Rocky, it was the buildup. And then Rocky was the
Mm.
final straw as far as I seen it. And I think that Eric sees Rocky almost the same way he sees Virginia. Like he sees Rocky's a puppy, as he revealed. He sees Rocky as untrained, rough around the edges, a little crazy, like he said. He said
Mm.
they're the same. And that's why he speaks to her like almost like he's her dad, because he's like, I need to teach you because I've done this before. I'm gonna teach you. I need to do
Mm.
this. So it's no surprise, and he just doesn't like Rocky. The way he talks to Rocky, and even those little clips, I was like, I can only imagine what he's saying behind closed doors. And something that he said that stuck out to me was that, oh, this is happening behind the scenes before, or something to that effect. And I was like, oh, so this is happening. And this happened a couple times. We're just not seeing
Mm.
it.
Mm. Good points, Linda. Is Rocky the dog a problem out here? Like, yo, like obviously, like, is it such a big deal? This Rocky dog, is it such a big deal, Linda?
I think it had to do with his approach in the
Mm.
situation. I think if he had taken Ryan's approach, is like, I want to be like a better um dog dad, so to speak, for Rocky, as opposed to your dog is the problem and we need to get him together. You know what I mean? I think if he kind of put it back on himself almost, but when he made it seem as though like your dog is the one that's the problem, because Virginia even said you act like Tex is the perfect dog. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
he's like, it doesn't land as well when you're always pointing out someone else's flaws.
Flaws.
Like
Mm.
you have to be able to at times like take the hits on yourself. You know what I mean?
Mm.
To soften the blow. Like maybe Rocky is a problem. Like for instance, if I was around someone's dog, I don't want them biting me. Like
Mm.
I know that Rocky, he said Rocky, and I saw Rocky kind of biting playfully, but like at the same time, I don't want that. So it's kind of like pet owners. They always say, "Oh, my dog is the sweetest, most
I know.
loveliest dog," and it's like the thing looks like it wants to kill you, but they're
Mhm.
like, "My dog is lovely. He's amazing. He's never hurt anyone," and you'll be the one that gets your face bit off. You know what I mean? Like kind of
Yep.
like Joe Biden's dog. Reminds me of Joe Biden's dog. Like this is the second time it's been reported. His
Oh.
dog had another biting incident where his dog bit someone. Um,
Oh. Probably was black. Was it black? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
the dog is black though, but yeah. So I mean, Rocky is a pro. Rocky, I think, is a problem, but I think the way that he delivered it is what came up wrong, and I think that is the many times the case for them. It's like his
Mm.
delivery is off, even though maybe he might have a point. He comes across with like such an air of superiority, then
Mm.
it puts your walls up automatically. You know?
Okay. Okay. No, I
I
hear you.
think
Go for it.
I just want to say that I think
Go for it.
Ryan did a really good job of how he um put training on the forefront with Clara when he was like, I was just thinking, while you're gone, we're going to be doing this. Like the way he said it, he kind of said the same thing, but it didn't come off the same way. He's like, oh, I'm going to take
Mm.
her training. And I went, and he made it seem like, I want to get more connected with, I forgot their dog's name, but I want to get more connected. I want to know how to talk to her. I want to know how to connect with her. And that felt a little bit more warmer than what Eric did, which was like, my dog is almost better. He basically said, my dog is better than your dog. My dog don't be doing that. Your dog does that. We need to train your dog, because my dog, I trained him. Like it was just like, okay, like that would throw me off as well. So
Okay. 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 I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I mean, obviously, anybody here? Does anybody own pets here?
no, I'm not a dog person. So the fact that I'm saying
Same here.
this, I'm not a pet person, to be honest. But yeah.
I'm not a pet person either. So, anybody here got a dog, Latoya? I know you joined the conversation just now. Have you got a pet? Oh, Latoya, you there, girl? Yeah, there you
Yeah.
are. Okay, yeah. I was wondering, have you got a pet?
No, I don't have a pet, but
You
I
have
do
a pet?
like animals.
Okay, okay. I mean, since you joined the conversation, we're talking about Eric and Virginia. What's your sentiment towards the issues that Erica and Virginia are facing at the current moment?
I think Eric, the way he some of the things that he talks about, or most of it, he has a point on. It's just the way he says it. It
Mm.
comes across controlling. It comes across like authoritative,
Mm-hmm.
and knows it all.
Mm.
And he's not giving room for her to express herself.
Mm-hmm.
And Virginia, she's somebody who likes to run away, and he keeps telling her like, you can go, keep threatening her with this.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually she would. So I think, and that is like I think it is a protective thing. He's trying to say it in order for her to like stay, but
Mm.
it's just scaring her. Um, I don't think he listens. He 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 has a view, and as soon as she starts talking, he isn't taking the time to internalize what she's trying to say. And
Mm.
if he wants her to understand what he's coming with, he shouldn't start with like, I don't care, because that was one of the things he said. I do not care about what she thinks.
Mm.
He should at least take his time, sit down, and figure out what is the better way to approach it, and let her know that he's not trying to be controlling.
Mm.
Also, he shouldn't say that he's been in a relationship or he has a marriage before, or this is how it's supposed to be, because all marriage is not the same. And so I
Mm-hmm.
don't think he has like the know all of how it's supposed to happen, and give her opportunity to relax and be free and stop giving her a bunch of ultimatums. So for this
Mm.
episode, I'm not like, it was a bit triggering for me.
Mm-hmm.
um I was against it. I understand that he doesn't understand, so I don't think he's doing it like he's trying to be mean, but
Mm.
he needs to sit down and realize that something is like off, and it's not like just her, it's him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I get from them.
Appreciate that. Like that thoughts. Like that thoughts. Any more voices to add to Eric and Virginia?
Um, Something that I noticed, I don't know, when it comes to Eric and what he wants, it always becomes our. Like
Mm.
when she's talking about the dog, she's like, "That's my dog." He's like, "Well, now you're married, so it's our dog."
Mm.
And then when it comes to what she wants and when she's expressing herself, she's like, "Oh, those are your issues. Those are, those are your things, and you gotta figure that out. And those are your friends." And it's like, okay, you can't have it both ways. Like she's saying it's
Mm.
my dog, and you're having an issue, and then when it comes to her, like she said, he doesn't listen. When it comes to her, oh, those are your things over there. Those are your.
Mm.
So which one is it? Which is also really triggering and it's
Mm.
manipulative. It's like, well, I've been done this before, and now all your stuff is mine, but what's yours is over there. Like,
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. I like that. I like that. All right. Let's talk about someone else. What we talk about? Uh, what about obviously? Paige finally, gets it. I mean, does she finally get it? Now, if you know any spoilers, do not spoil it. This is the first year I've not spoiled it for myself. Every other year I've spoiled it for myself, but this year somehow I've dodged it. Do not spoil it for me, please. But what do we think of Paige and Chris? Emily, welcome to the conversation. Thank you for joining. Is it Emily or Emil? I don't want to mispronounce it. But yeah, welcome to the conversation. I'd love to hear your voice on the situation between Paige and Chris. Paige seems to finally have understood what is going on, what's wrong, and why she made the mistake she did. Do you believe her? Will she go back to being the same way? What's your thoughts? You have to open your mic, by the way. That's beautiful. Yep.
Hi, everybody. So I'm up north in Canada, so sometimes my connection is not the best, but
No worries.
I am also very tentative on thinking that she will stay gone from the relationship because of what we've seen so far and how easy it was for her to go back for seemingly like after having had so many red flags and disrespect and abuse. But it is certainly a good thing that she finally understands her part in it and what had gotten her to this part. So hopefully if she goes back, I think the thing that if ever she goes back, it will be, I have hope because of that realization that she will be quicker to get out of it if something is not up to par or not to standards. That's my hope. But I think that it's always a good sign because it's not coming from, it's a good sign that she's had that revelation because it's not coming from anyone else, right? So, and it's not the thing that we've heard where like about God and the covenant and so on. So I'm very hopeful, but I have my reserve. Hopefully she'll stay gone. Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. Guys, what's our thoughts on Paige? Linda, what's your thoughts on Paige's come to Jesus moment?
Yeah, I believe her this time,
Okay.
only because if I mean, someone will have to literally be legally obligated to drag her off to an institution if she goes back after this time, because this is the first time that we've heard her say, I'm choosing, like, she's clearly articulating why she should be done with the situation. And she is saying it to everyone, like, it's good for me to choose myself. She's thinking about, I should have been spending the time trying to make myself a better person as opposed to holding on to a situation where this person just does not want to be in the situation with me. And she said, like, it was the most blatant form of rejection that she has ever experienced. And I think a part of her couldn't reconcile that, like, someone could be so wicked to her unprovoked. And I do think that this is the final straw from her, just from her whole disposition with reflecting in her confessionals and with talking with the girls. Like, she really did seem at peace with it. And I don't know if we're going to get into Chris at all, but like his conversation with his with his mom.
Go for it, yeah.
That mom looks like she was in on the whole thing too, because I caught when Chris said, hopefully my mom, has her filter on or something to that effect. He said, if she doesn't, then, I'll still love her, but there might be a problem, like the fact that he even said to the camera, hopefully she has her filter on. And then when they were just conversing with one another, she had this cheeky smile. There was this kind of smile that she had while he was explaining the situation. And he was like, "So about Paige," and she kind of gave this look like, "Yeah," like she was trying not to laugh about it. And I'm just like, "Woman, how old are you? Are you serious? You know what your son just did to this woman who didn't deserve this at all, who came in with pure intentions, and you're basically just co-signing his nonsense." Let me tell you, because I mean, if he was my son, I don't care, cameras or no cameras, you're gonna get blown up for disrespecting a woman like that. Like, you're going to get blown up. I don't care what is going on. I'm going to tell you the business. And the fact that she sat there being cheeky about it, kind of laughing it off with that little smile, like I just got really bad vibes from her, from the both of them. Like, they were just they all were in on this for just the wrong reasons, and they really, like Paige said, he tried to, you know, bring her down, bring her low, and I'm really, really hopeful that he did not succeed in that. Yeah.
Good points, Lynn. That's good points. Who else wants to contribute towards Paige and Chris? Like, in terms of what our thoughts are. Latoya, yeah, go for it.
So I think that Paige had already had an understanding of what was going on. She, to me, always, she never vocalized it all the time, but to me, she had a clear understanding of what he was about. And I think she has a better understanding of herself, on the fact that she may be wanting the idea of a marriage more than the relationship. But I don't think that she is going to leave. I think she's going to stay. For the main reason is because she didn't really leave as yet. He's the one who said it, and then she left. She did not like say, well, okay, this is the end. She only said that after the fact. So until I see that, I think she is going to go back. Also, it hard for me to like believe that she's not, since she's back and forth, back and forth. Um and although she understands what's going on, sometimes it's hard for you to like make the action. Sometimes you know, okay, this is wrong, or you know you shouldn't do this, but to actually act upon it and do the right thing is the harder part. So that might take a little more time. I wouldn't judge her if she takes longer, but I hope she like comes off of it. Um, I do think that the the therapist or the therapist, they're not advising her enough. I think they give Chris a little leeway. They're not being straightforward with him. I don't think anybody's being like really straightforward with him and really straightforward with her. I find like they're just sliding it, like just brushing it by, and not enough honesty. And sometimes somebody who's feeling so confused, they need honesty. They need, especially from the professionals, they need someone to tell her, hey, this isn't looking right. And not like telling her, well, okay, it's good that you're fighting. No, it has certain things that you shouldn't fight for. And this here is like a high level of abuse, and I just don't understand why they're not making her recognize what it is that he's doing, and making him recognize what it is he's doing to traumatize her. Um, Also, the I think that she's wrong for keep trying to force him into something that he doesn't want to do. He's clear about it. This is not something he wants, and she keeps wanting to fight. And one thing I know is that, or what I was taught, is that if a man wants something, he will fight for it. And although dealing with a process, he's not even a little bit willing to do it. So why try to like fight it and keep accepting rejections after rejections from somebody like that, and thinking that they're the wrong one? I mean, it's obvious that he keeps rejecting her, and she keeps accepting it, and then she can't play the victim role all the time. She needs to realize that she needs to put her foot down, and she isn't doing that at all. So I think that although it is a process, if he's not willing to do it, forcing him into it is not the way to go. And that's what I have so far.
Good points. Good points. Good points. Okay, cool. Anybody else want to share on Paige and Chris?
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, well, for one, did anybody catch that she said she has two therapists?
Yeah, she did
This
say
whole
that with one of
this
the
whole
girls.
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
this whole time she said she had two
Girl,
therapists. We were telling her to go to therapy. She had two,
I don't know what the
two.
therapists were saying. They obviously weren't good enough. No, Jay.
I was just like, what? Well, one, why does she need two? And the other one is like, maybe she does need two. I don't know. So, for one, I'm glad that Paige has come to the realization of what really truly happened, which was she fell in love with the idea of marriage. I'm glad that we finally saw her family for one, because it looked like she wasn't really telling them much from what it seemed. It seemed like she didn't tell them much until the end. Um, but I feel like, for one, I don't think Paige is over only because she's still one. She's making it seem to the girls that she came to this big realization and she walked away. When in reality, Chris is the one that walked away, and she was so scared. And she said that on paper she thinks that they would have been the perfect marriage. She said that last night. So
Yeah.
she's still in her mind. She's like trying to make an excuse or trying to rationalize, which people do when there's a trauma. So I can understand that, but she's still trying to rationalize. She's like, well, we could have been perfect for each other had that not happened. That that's not the case. So that's why I feel like even if Chris was to reach out, then she would automatically meet up with him or talk to him or whatever the case may be, because she's still kind of trying to rationalize it in this moment. And for me, she was so hung up on not trying to fail a marriage. But for me, your marriage never really started. There was no marriage. So how you can't really fail a marriage that never really started, in my opinion. Because this happened like 24 hours after the wedding. All this drama started. So
Can we just take a moment to acknowledge that Paige had 3 experts, 2 therapists, and Pastor Dwight, and still couldn't get a clue? 6 people, family. I will always be confused by this for the rest of my life, but that's all.
I'm hearing you on this. Yep, 2 therapists that she had. Like you said, 3 experts, and it took her 33 days to finally get to the point where she understood that she was probably in love with the idea of marriage. And that's if she's actually fully grasped it. Do you know what I mean? Someone said they're all from her church, the therapists. But yeah, yeah, go for it. Sorry, go for it.
The young lady. Yeah, I'm not sure who's the one who spoke before, but she talked about the generation curse,
Yeah.
I think, when it comes to marriage. I think that's the wrong way to think as well when it comes to when it comes to marrying. Like, don't think that you need to stay in a relationship, in a toxic one, in a bad one, just because you don't want to be named as, okay, you were divorced. That, like, just the name, you're trying to break that by staying in a relationship that's awful. That doesn't make any sense. So I think that one all could play a part on why she's trying so hard. And maybe somebody needs to speak to her about that logic. Makes no sense you stay in a relationship that is so toxic just because you don't want to be tagged as being cursed. It's just this relationship just didn't work well. Try and make the other one a lot better and fight for that one, especially if it's worth it. Yeah.
I hear that. What about another couple? What about Haley and Jacob? I don't know why. I was watching them, but nothing stuck in my head. I can't remember what they said. But what about Haley and Jacob? I mean, anything there? I know she was complaining about him popping off the night before, basically him telling her, listen, I'll be gone in 4 weeks if you want. But what's your thoughts on Haley and Jacob, guys?
I think for me, I was actually really impressed by Haley yesterday. I actually saw some personality. So I was just like, oh, okay, when they went to the go-karts. I think that Jacob is checked out. I think he's just waiting for 8 weeks to be up after she said she wasn't attracted to him from the first day, and she's not attracted to him. This is the first episode where I can see her actually trying, might I say. So From the dinner, she was trying to like build up conversation with him, and he just shut her down every time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, me too. Cool. And it was just like that 1 word, 2 word answer that. So he was just not having, which is probably why you don't remember anything because Jacob wasn't
Mm.
saying much. Um, but yeah, seeing Haley's personality, I actually saw her kind of trying yesterday. Besides when she bought the clothes, but other than that, I think Jacob is just waiting. I think they're just at this point wasting each other's time because Jacob is just waiting for that 8 weeks or whatever to be up so he can be out.
Mm. Mm. Okay. 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 I hear that. I hear that. Anybody else?
Yeah. So I don't understand why Jacob apologized, for being honest,
Mm.
for the previous argument. It's not like he was rude, he was just being honest. So I don't see why he needs to apologize for that. Um Haley, she isn't she's not clear. She says things but she says it very vague. So I think Jacob doesn't make much movement, so much effort because he's just not sure what to do. Haley will just be like, okay, well, let us just make it light, or let
Mm.
us just have some fun, or let us speak to, talk more to each other. And he'll be like, okay, well, like what? And she'll just be like, just but she don't really say, well, okay, this is what we need to do, A, B, C. She don't do that. She
Mm.
doesn't know, he doesn't know. So it's like they're in a relationship where they're both confused. He doesn't know how to move forward, and she's expecting him to try, and he doesn't know what to do. She isn't like
Mm.
giving him, because he's the one who's already attracted to her. So then she needs to give him some sort of help, and there isn't any help there. So I think that's the only reason he isn't making much effort. Um, I don't think Haley really likes him. So I don't know why sometimes as soon as he looks like he's like checked off, she wants to act
Mm.
like, okay, I really, really want to try, but she doesn't really do anything per se when it comes to trying. Nothing at all.
Mm.
So every time he's checked out, this is the time she wants to make effort. Keeps saying that she's trying a lot, but I don't really
Mhm.
see much of an effort, to be honest. Yes, they do have like a little conversation here there, but it isn't like any kind of effort, because the conversation they had the last time when he was telling her how he felt, that was when she could have made an effort to explain to him, what she would like and what should happen. She didn't say anything like that at all. So I'm not sure what effort she's talking about. And yeah.
Mm. I hear that. Did anybody catch that Bree told Jacob that um that Haley said she was at the beginning attracted to Jacob? I was like, girl, when did she say that?
Yeah.
Because she was telling him that she wasn't attracted. So I don't know where you heard that from, Bree.
She did say that sometime in the early episodes that she was, kind of attracted to him. She said that
Okay.
to Bree. So that's why Bree told him that. And Bree and he might think that, yeah, maybe she really was attracted to him and it could be his personality now. But she
Mm.
didn't mention that.
Fair enough. I'll give her
And
that
she
then.
said that a couple of times, that she is, kind of attracted to him. Like she saw him, but I don't know. It's mixed
Mm.
messages to me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anybody else have points on Haley and Jake? Yep.
Yeah, I think it's the personality. Like, I think they just don't speak each other's language
Mm.
naturally. So I think, like, if Jacob kind of spoke Haley's language naturally, then that initial somewhat physical attraction could have grown into more because they would have connected. But I think what it was is that the weirdness kind of put him off, put her
Mm.
off. And so because they don't speak each other's language, like she doesn't get his humor. She doesn't get his weird humor. Like even when they went to the pumpkin patch, like Jacob was talking about chainsawing some pumpkins, like putting a
Mm.
chainsaw through them. And even Vincent, like he looked kind of like, this is kind of weird, but I'm just go with it. Yeah, I would do that to a pumpkin. I'll chainsaw a pumpkin. Like he kind of just goes along with the weirdness. Whereas Haley is more like just the conventional kind of basic girl too, like Clara, like they would enjoy the same things. Like, they can just be really basic together, but Jacob's humor, like because it's a little bit more quirky, a little bit more out there, he kind of needs someone that matches that flow and it's like can go with that flow of like being kind of strange, being kind of weird. So it kind of reminds me of like I was a theater major in high school and people would just always say weird things and be weird, and that's just like what the drama kids are known for, right? And the musical major kids, they'll be like, drama kids are so weird, but like we got each other's weird. And so it's kind of something to do with that, I think. Like you kind of mesh with people who speak your language naturally. And when it's just too off, it's not like Haley said, it's not necessarily because they're bad people, but it's because they just don't have that like natural way of connecting. Like she just naturally doesn't get him. And so I think if he was with someone that was a little bit more fluid in that sense and can kind of get those quirks and didn't mind it as much, then it would have been good. But Haley needs someone who is almost as conventional as her, like a basic dude too, who's like into travel, wants to see the world, like, yeah, bro, and that kind of a guy. And Jacob just isn't that's not her flow. So I think that's where they clash.
I hear that.
I feel like Jacob just needs. Sorry, real quick.
No, go for it. I was gonna say, go for it.
I think Jacob just needs an Amelia to Bennett type situation, and he didn't get that. So
that's very true. That's very true. Bennett and Amelia were quite quirky in their own right, and we could see straight away that they were, probably beneficial to both of them to be together because they were quite similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
They did
I just think
basically.
Yeah, Jake and they both deserve better. Like Jake and Haley both deserve better for each other and each other. But yeah, Jake definitely needs that like Amelia type of vibe, like to his quirkiness, and they would have meshed perfectly.
I'm hearing that. Okay. No, I get that. Last few minutes, because we've got a few minutes before the super panel come on. I guess obviously then I can get Clara and Ryan, because I think Brie and Vincent. I mean, there was nothing that happened. I don't know what. There was nothing that really happened between Brie and Vincent, was there? Really, nothing really happened between them two. They laughed, they cackled, they got over it. So Ryan and Clara, what's your guys' thoughts on Ryan and Clara for the last few minutes?
Okay, I don't know if I can go. I thought
Yeah, go for it.
For me, what I was really mad at Ryan for just saying in his confessional, like, I got ticked off. He said that, oh, I am like, we're doing the best out of everybody and we're so great and nah. And when I heard also Clara with the cam and when she was with girls, that she says that I am super frustrated, and she was complaining and saying that she basically takes care of his needs every night, but I didn't hear her say that she gets the same in return. To me, it started and as he's really taken advantage, if not of her, but of the situation, and that's not fair. Like before, it's like it's one thing that you have like reserves and you want to wait and someone and build a connection, but if you're not reciprocating playing with that person, I don't know, it rubbed me up the wrong way. That's my thing. That's what I got from. Otherwise everything was okay. It seemed that they were actually having fun, but he seems as if he's like, I know that's what you want, to have sex, but I'm gonna hold it off or hold it from you. I don't know if the right expression. There's something that seemed a little bit as if he's playing or toying with her, and I don't know. I don't like that.
Some points. Okay. Anybody else want to add to? Yeah, go for it.
I don't know if Ryan is delusional or if he's selfish or if he's both delusional, both selfish. I think for Clara, she's very sexually frustrated. But one of the things I think might be her main issue is that I'm not sure if she 100% thinks that Ryan likes her. Or yes, they have conversations, but I don't see them being intimate. Like like hug. Yes, it is be close, but like hugging, kissing is more like it looks pretty friendly. And so, although sex doesn't have to be on the table, but at least she should feel like she's wanted.
Yeah.
And I don't think she gets that at all from him. Um, I think one of the reasons why she is very frustrated is because she makes sure and releases his stress all the time. And I guess he doesn't pay a part on, he doesn't cater to her needs or even think about it. Um, I, to me, when you watch Claire, everyone is like very obvious on her face that she's annoyed or frustrated or sad. And for some reason, it looks like he doesn't get it, or he pretends like he does not get it. He pretends because she gives him a little hint. She's very obvious with a lot of things, and he tries to brush aside these kind of conversations. And this is very important to her. She spoke about her not being her being in a relationship with someone for over a year and not being sexually intimate with them. And that could play a part on her not feeling wanted as well. So the most he could have done, well, one, if I was Claire, I wasn't going to continue that. She has a part to play on that. Both of we need to suffer at the same time. Nobody, not, we're not one person not going to be relaxed and I be intense. Everybody is going to be tense together. And the other thing is that she should be accountable. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Don't put yourself in a position where you're making one person feel wanted and you feeling left out in this entire situation. And I think she needs to have a conversation with him. She's very outspoken. Talk to him. Let him know upfront about the situation. Don't make him go along acting like it's nothing. When I think in my mind, I think he knows what's going on, but he's pretending or acting like if he doesn't have a clue. She's very obvious. Like she doesn't hide it. She's a talkative, jolly, happy person, and she looks like the most depressed person in the show right now. The most depressed, most frustrated. She doesn't even know what's going on. And I'm not liking Orion at this moment. He looks like he's taking advantage of her. He's manipulating the situation. I'm not sure if the whole getting to know the dog is trying to provoke her because I listened to that and if that was me, I would have been very upset. That you trying to go all out to get to know my dog and understand my dog. And you can't even understand me. At least get to me first now. And then we could talk about the dog. I don't want to even have to feel like if I'm jealous of a dog. And I think it's just off. I don't like the way Ryan is dealing with this. I think he's selfish. I also think he's delusional. They do not have the best relationship. He's not aware of his girlfriend's feelings, wife, wife feelings, and he needs to step up.
I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We've actually reached the end of the time. We've reached our 1 hour mark. This is why I said you guys need to get on early. You need to get on from the moment we start so I can get you on straight away. But thank you guys so much for joining us on the open floor discussion about Married at First Sight. Please, again, we'll be here next week for episode 13. But yeah, if you want to join us again next week, just send us an email again. We'll get you back on as well and get you to have your say and your thoughts. So thank you so much, guys, for joining us, and much appreciation, guys. And please enjoy the chat as well whilst you're here as well. All right.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, everyone. All right. Cool. I'm gonna have to remove people. All right. Okay. Let me just do this. Sorry. Okay, cool, guys. We're now coming time for the for the studio time. Studio time for the super panel time. My bad. But let me get some dramatic music on whilst we're here before I get the people on, the folks, because you have to introduce them properly. You know what I'm saying? I have to get them properly on as well. You know, and plus, obviously, I gotta say their names now as well in a different way. So you guys are going to be introduced to new people. All right, you might know them, but you won't know them until you see the names. You know what I'm saying? So we put some dramatic music behind. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys, it's time for the super panel, baby. Yeah. This is where we get to talk about some real stuff in a deeper deeper sense, guys. Okay, if you don't know the super panel already, if you're not sure about the super panel, then tonight is the night you're gonna find out all about great minds sinking deeper, giving you holistic views. Okay, I love these people. I love them. You know why? They're my tribe. You understand? This music's trash. This music's so trash. What kind of cinematic music is this? This is trash. I thought the music was going so well at the beginning. I'm changing it. It's not working for me. Kill it off. Kill it off. Let me get my super panel on. I know they're all trickling in very, very slowly. But I appreciate them so much. Let me get this on the screen. You don't need that on the screen. Let's remove that. But yeah, let me get my super panel on the screen for me, please, right now. Okay, cool. Someone said Happy Fool's Day. I need a theme song for the super panel. It's absolutely right. I do. I need to find one. I'm gonna be searching for it later on to get them onto the screens. Okay. See, you may know them by their names, but you see, we have given them new names, guys. Okay. Everybody here's got superpowers. All right. Smoke artists. So I need to give them the proper names. You feel me? Yeah. I need to give them proper names. All right, cool. So but we don't have one for Kia. Okay, Kia, do you know what? Kia, you're in the background. Listen, whilst you're there, I'm gonna give you some time. Think of a superpower nickname. Girl, you gotta think of a name. You gotta think of a name, sis. You gotta think of a name. Because I've been messing up your name as well. I've been saying Kia, Kai, I've been getting it wrong. So listen, you know what? I got you. Superpower nickname. You gotta choose one for us, sis. Yeah. Oh, you can't change it. If you click on your name, you should be able to change it. All right, cool. All right, let me introduce my super vixens and my superheroes. I'll show you in a minute, okay? Don't worry, I'll show you in a minute, okay? Don't worry, I got you. Let me introduce my superheroes onto the set for the. Wow, Madam Bougie. Nah, you lot have not seen. Wow. Okay. All right, let me introduce my fabulous team to the stage to come and give you another great performance tonight. I'm gonna start off first. I'm gonna start off strong. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna start. I like it. We've got two Bougers today. I'm gonna start off straight with Hood Bouger. Listen, this lady, you know, I love her because, you know, she always be supporting us. She'll always be rooting for us. She be keeping it real in the chat. She be keeping it real on the stage too. You've seen her before, and in fact, very, very soon, I'm about to start reading also some manuscripts. You know what I'm saying? Some parts of her book. I didn't know, did you? You didn't know that she wrote in a book. This is not just a normal person. This is not Hood Bouger. I know it's Bougie, but I'm gonna say Hood Bouger. You understand? Bouger. You understand? Bouger. Okay, now you're gonna know who it is. Hood Bouger, welcome to the stage, baby. What you saying, sis? What you saying, girl? Oh, loving the hair, girl.
Yeah, I switched up for y'all tonight.
My oh my, girl. Let's forget everybody else. It's just me and you tonight. My oh my. Appreciate you. Yes, welcome. And you know what? My next person to the stage. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what? Listen, I can't even sing that song now because that song was banned because it was a guy who sang it. We can't sing it anymore. So, but welcome to the stage. Listen. You know what? I think the name suits her perfectly because, you know, when I do look at her, I do think of her as an athlete. I see her as someone who runs. I see her as somebody who sprints. I see her as somebody who's always ahead of the pack. You know what I'm saying? So welcome to the stage, Trackstar, baby. Yeah. Come on now. You good, yeah? My, oh my. Don't you look so lovely today, girl? Appreciate you. All right, cool. You know what? I don't want the streets to talk too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't want the streets to talk too much in it. But this particular person, their name, you know, it's where I'm residing right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't want the streets to talk though because I've been saying this a lot, and I don't want them to think that I'm, you know. But this person has my heart. You know what I'm saying? Deep. You understand? Yeah, and you know her because when she spits fire, everybody takes note. Do you know what I'm saying? So welcome to the stage where the money resides, baby. Yes. Make it rain. If it's up, then it's up. Okay? Yeah. Yes, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. All right, coolly. You know what? You know what? You know what? I'll be catching a bit of spirit when this girl be talking. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm joking. But no, real spit. I love this girl because she always spits hard, always comes correct. You know, she be always be breaking stuff down. She doesn't like Eric. She's in the middle when it comes to Dean Jacob. She doesn't take sides in that particular case. All right. And her nickname, listen. I think it's perfect. You know what I'm saying? I think it's perfect because she's the dead shot of our team. She's a sniper of our team. You know, she's a long ranger shooter of our team. This person is F-Boy Assassin, baby. Woo woo. Okay, girl. Oh, you don't have a camera today? You don't want to show us your face?
No camera. I'm doing stuff, but I had to come on here because Eric, he just made the hit list. All right. He just made the hit list. Take him out.
I hear you. He's on your hit list. I hear you. Okay. All right. Oh. Another one joined, guys. Ooh. Another one just joined, guys. Okay. Listen, next one here, you know, this is my Ghanaian sister, do you know what I'm saying? We rock it to the end, do you know what I'm saying? And we are a double duo, okay? Sometimes you hear us speaking in our language. We're not insulting anybody. We're laughing at each other, okay? But this particular person, you know, when they come with the fire, listen, everybody has to take attention, you know what I'm saying? Like, I call her Smoke Artist number 2, you understand? So listen, her nickname goes by Bad and Bougie. I like to say Bougie. I don't want the Bougie anymore. I want the Bougie. Yeah, because you know I destroy names anyway. So let me destroy it some more. Bougie. So her name is Bad Bougie. Welcome to the stage, baby. Welcome to the stage, baby. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Girl, why you gotta do that?
Hi y'all.
Okay. You're gonna snap on us like that. Okay. I hear you go. Okay, listen. This one here, this young lady here. Okay. Mandem, I always tell you when I start this with her, listen, if you want to be able to be around this woman, you need to be a superhero. You need to be a superhero. You need to be able to be up 4-man. You need to be able to stand your guard, okay? You need to be paying the bills, okay? Listen, we don't do brokies around here, dusties around here. Listen, there's nothing... if you're not tip-top shape, if you're not Batman, she doesn't want to know, yeah? If you're Robin, she doesn't want to hear anything about it. She doesn't do those players with the side, okay? She doesn't do the sidekicks. She only does the main men, okay? This person here goes by the name of Purpleade, baby. Purpleade, baby. Oh, baby.
Hello. Kojo. So you just got a fresh cut, don't know how to act? Okay.
You know, brand new,
sis. Looking fresh to death. Okay.
Resurrection.
No more hat life. No more hat life,
baby. You know what I'm saying? Future said mask off, but my barber said hat off.
In the light today. That melanin popping today.
Okay. Come on now. We're all on here, looking beautiful, looking fresh, looking beautiful.
Everyone looks so great. Like, I just have to say that everyone looks so good. You guys look like
turning up. I love it, man. Turning up, man. You know what I'm saying? Guys, we have one more to invite to the stage. You know, this is one of my favorites. Oh, you're all my favorites, but you know, this one here, she gives me life, and she also touches me in my heart as well. When she comes with the hairstyles, I don't know how she does it every week with a new hairstyle. I'm not sure how she keeps up. Her bank account must be swollen. I'm trying to look for a sugar mama too. You know, I want her some money. I want to be a Vincent and choose somebody who's got more money than me. But this woman spits with so much fire. She is fire. She looks fire. Okay, everything about her is fire. But she goes by the name of Cali Caramel, baby. Cali Caramel, welcome to the stage, baby. Cheese. Someone already knew. They was like, yeah, I know who it is. Shouldn't I? Yes, sis. Yes. Thank you guys for joining today. I think David's coming a little bit later, so we'll wait for him. We'll carry on and he'll come on through. But yes, guys, we are talking to you guys about Married at First Sight, season 12, episode 12. If you're new to this channel, guys, welcome. Like everything, and have a good time in a conversational chat. It's fun and it's interactive. But we're gonna get the show on the way, okay? And we're gonna start strong. We're gonna start strong because I'm pressed about this issue, and I know that you guys are pressed about this issue. And there's one person on this stage who also is very pressed about this issue. Purple specifically is wanting to talk about this particular couple because she is the resident take-up artist for Clara. Yeah. Purple, you are the resident take-up artist. So we are talking to you guys today, first of all, with Ryan and Clara. I want to know this. Why is Ryan stealing sex from Clara? Please, I want to know this. Purple, talk to me. Why is Ryan stealing sex from Clara?
Ryan is so freaking weird. Like, anybody, is it just me or does Ryan look like a fawn?
See,
like,
you're always coming at him.
From like Lord of the Rings with the half horse
legs. He looks like Brain from Pinky and the Brain. That's what I get.
I can't co-sign any of this, guys. It's got nothing to do with me. If he comes for you,
I know, but seriously. Yeah, Ryan, he's stealing sex from Claire because he has some insecurity issues. Some about his performance ain't all the way up to par, and he knows it. I mean, let's just keep it real, because I think it's a mixture of that and the fact that he does not trust Clara. Everything we know about their sex life or anything to do with them comes from Clara. She is spilling the beans everywhere she goes. She cannot help herself. And he told her from Jump Street, beginning episodes, honeymoon episodes, he was like, look, watch your mouth, okay? Don't be out here talking about sex and all this other stuff. And what did she do? She continued to run the jibber jabbers all down the street, all down the runway, okay? And he's not feeling it. I think he is like, yo, I can't trust her to, if I don't perform, to not tell everybody, So I think it's a mixture of both. I think he can't perform, and I think he has those insecurities over there, and I think he also doesn't trust Clara. And Clara, yeah, you need to stop talking so much. Literally, I don't know, all we know about their sex life is from her perspective. So really, we don't really know anything, because it's a one-sided story at this point. I would like for Ryan to talk about it. Talk about it. Tell us what's going on. Okay? We won't judge you. Well, I won't judge you. But other people might, right? But at the same time, you're on a national television show, open up about it. Talk to us. What's going on? And I think, that's pretty much it. That's all I got to say about them.
Does anybody have an opposing view to Ryan being about performance? Could it be Clara? Has anyone got an opposing view to that particular view? If you do, you can raise your finger or hand or whatever, and I'll choose you. Sorry. Badam Boucher, my bad. Badam Boucher, go for it.
Yes, Ajwa couldn't make it, so I had to step in for her. But yeah, I don't. I'm starting to really think that we have been desensitized, and we think that sex is this thing that should just happen. I think he really, because before I used to think that, okay, something's wrong with this man, but I'm starting to really think that for him, it really does mean a lot. It really means a lot. He's put it on a pedestal where he just feels that I don't want to give it up to just anyone until I know I love the person. And another thing that I'm thinking is that Clara is the one who probably initiated this whole topping him off thing. And the fact that she keeps doing it every night, for me, I'm questioning her, not even him. He's not taking advantage of her. He's not holding her head and just forcing her. There's a lot more effort on her part than it would be on his part for this activity to happen. So why do you keep doing it? Why? There's something there that for me, Clara needs to work through. she says sex doesn't mean a lot, but obviously it does. And also, I think that if it wasn't because the other women have consummated their marriage, I don't think it would have mattered as much to her. So she's probably looking at it from the perspective that all these men have slept with their wives and you're not sleeping with me. That means you're definitely not attracted to me. And then you have the trauma that she has carrying from the last relationship of having sex 3 times a year. I mean, there are more holidays than that. So it can't even just be holiday sex. Like, what are you doing 3 times a year? I don't get that. So I think she's just carrying that trauma. She's comparing herself to the other relationships, and she's realizing that, you know, they're having sex. We're not. It means that you're not attracted to me. But I don't think that's what it is, because Ryan has been very clear that I'm very attracted to you. He's also been very clear that, you know, sex is very important to me. So I think that's just what it is. I think Clara needs help. That's who needs help.
Does anyone think that Clara's more to blame in this situation than Ryan? Anybody have that opinion? Okay, go for it. Yeah, Hood Bouger.
Clara, first of all, to me, the act that she's performing is more intimate than the actual, you know, stick act. So at this point, I'm like, Clara, if he's not trying to return the deed or give you nothing, stop it. So I blame her, because it's like, how I've been married, and if you're not returning favors, I can't help you. Sorry. So it's like night after night, every night she's giving. She said every night. So she's like faithful at it. So she's a pro. So at this point, it's just like, sis, if he don't want to play, stop it. So I blame her.
I'm hearing you. Okay. Anyone else got a viewpoint as well to add? Purple, we'll come back to you last. All right, we'll come back to you. All right, yeah, we got you. Callie Caramel, go for it.
Good evening, everybody. So for me, I blame them both. These are 2 adults, and I'm going to assume good intent, and I'm going to assume that Clara is ensuring that she has consent from Ryan. He doesn't give me vibes that he would allow himself to be used in a way that he wouldn't be okay with. If you're so concerned about making sure that you connect with my dog, that you're willing to go see a trainer, but we can't talk about my unfulfilled needs and desires in this marriage, there is a problem. And it's not Clara, and it's not Ryan. It's 2 consulting adults. Ryan is extremely selfish. So whatever they're doing, because we still don't specifically know what it is. I know we've made a lot of assumptions
she said
and speculations, but she did say we're doing everything except, right? So my thing is this: in a marriage, is it not 2 people coming together? In a marriage, is it not you doing your part, I'm doing my part, and we partner together in finances, in cooking dinner, in cleaning the house, in other areas as well? And this would be one of those areas where it's extremely selfish for Ryan to be on the receiving end and feel that he doesn't have to do anything in return if they were not doing anything. Okay. If they were not doing anything, just keeping it real PG, right? Even G rated, then I wouldn't even be talking right now. I'm only speaking because they are doing other things. And for me, I can see where that can take Clara to a place where it's like, well, what's the deal? What's missing? What needs to be added? What more do I need to do? Right? She's trying to figure it out. And it seems like Ryan's just sitting up enjoying everything, and then has the nerve to get delusional and think that now he is the marriage expert and can give advice to other couples on what they need to do in their marriage, because him and Clara got this thing so sewed up and so on lock. And yet if we were to hear her tell it, not so much. So when they went to the yoga thing and the instructor asked Clara what her expectations were, she shared. Did y'all catch what Ryan said? You know, I'm so sick of him with that. Yeah, sure. Yeah. He says, yeah, sure. Yeah. Retweet what she said. Yeah. Ditto. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's just like, is this
I know for sure.
Is this guy serious? Like, does any of this mean anything to him? Like, it strikes me as odd that you want to focus on getting a better connection with my dog, But yet we know Clara's been talking to him about what she needs from him. And he's just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do anything about that. Oh, but keep fulfilling my needs because that's important. Really? Is that a marriage? Is that a partnership? No, it's not. So those are my thoughts on Ryan and Clara.
Okay. Anybody else with some thoughts? Anyone hasn't spoken yet? Trackstar, talk to us. Run that speed.
Okay, so it's kind of hard to defend Ryan, right? Because he's looking a little assholey right now, just a little bit, right? After what I heard at the end, I was like, it's not easy to defend you, but I'm not gonna stop saying that I think he's valid in waiting, only because I think she's gonna get really connected to him if they do the do, right? So that's why I think he's a little bit afraid, right? I think she's gonna get attached. But I want to go back to what I don't know if I think Shanae said it about the consent thing. Consent is really tricky because sometimes when people give consent once, the partner thinks this is consent for every single time after that. And for her, when she said, I'm doing this every single night and not being, it's like reciprocity does not exist, I'm starting to think, I do not know if Ryan is consenting every single time, because if he is, it's looking a little bit assholey. So, and because he's not mentioning it, if something is happening consistently and you're consenting, I don't see the issue with mentioning this to the producers, right? Because it's the whole thing about the one-sided story too. We do not know what Ryan thinks about all of this. Sometimes when people get in a situation that's really sexual and Ryan is uncomfortable with the sex stuff because every single time it's brought up, he gets really clammy. He doesn't know what to say. He laughs it off and thinks it's a joke and he acts like a kid. So if he acts like a kid when the word sex is just mentioned, when somebody's doing something to him that I don't know if he consents to, I don't know if he would talk. I feel a little bit uncomfortable because if this was a guy doing it to a girl, I don't know how, if we were to flip the roles, then I don't know how this would look normal. So I don't know. I'm getting sus vibes. Ryan is getting hard to defend, but I'm not too happy with Clara either. And she needs to understand that just because somebody's not doing stuff with you does not mean that they're not attracted to you. I don't know why she correlates doing stuff with her being valued as a human being and as a partner. So that's what I have to say about them.
You're on mute.
Why is it so silent? Now I feel like I said something.
No, you didn't say anything wrong. Kojo was talking, but we can't hear him.
Oh my God, I'm muted. And I was looking at where the money was. I was like, you better talk. I was about to get heated. Like, wait, what's wrong? What's not talking? Well, you can't hear me. My bad. Okay, where the money resides. My bad. You see, that's why that's why you got my heart. You know what I'm saying?
All right. All right. Okay. So Trackstar, I love you. I don't agree. That Ryan is letting this woman perform. You know what? Have dinner downstairs. I think it was you who said that. Have dinner downstairs without consent. No, I think. And the reason why I say this is because when he was taking the dog to get trained or whatever, somewhere between where they were in bed and they had a conversation about training the dog, and when they actually went to train the dog, like his commentary to the producers, he was saying Claire only has one thing on her mind. So he knows what she wants. He knows. And so him knowing that and still not drop kicking her in the face if she goes down there is just like, I obviously don't mean drop kick. You know what I mean? You get what I mean? Like him knowing that that's what she wants, like that's in his head, one track mind. He's benefiting from her expressive sexuality and judging her for it at the same time. He has a twisted view on sex. All right, that's 1. 2, that whole conversation that they had in bed, it was like they were talking about the dog, but there needed to be subtitles in there because they were talking about something else. Like Claire was using the dog as a euphemism for herself, and he was using the dog as, I don't know. They just need to have a grown conversation as to, do you want to have sex with me? Why don't you want to have sex with me? When do you want to have sex with me? Because right now, using the dog, going to tantric yoga, having conversations without having conversations, they're not ready to have sex because they're not mature enough to obviously talk about intimate things. So they're not ready to have sex. They shouldn't have it.
I hear that. Where the money resides. Thank you very much. Very rich of you. Prayer Warrior, welcome to the conversation. I'm gonna get Prayer Warrior, and I'm gonna get F-Boy Assassin on as well. Prayer Warrior, what's your thoughts on our resident Ryan and Clara? He's not supplying the goods at the moment.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, hi guys.
Hey man.
I have missed you.
Yes.
I got a little sun in California.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm happy and I'm glowing and whatever. But yeah, Ryan and Clara. Yeah, they both get on my nerves. Who should I start with? So Clara, let me start with Clara, right? She pisses me off and she annoys me. Like every day sex, morning when I wake up, sex, afternoon, sex, evening, sex. It's all about sex. And it's like, I sympathize with her, right? When you've been by yourself for a long time, you kind of get used to having to sleep with a pillow between your legs, if you know what I'm saying. So I can understand the sexual frustration and the fact that, she wants to bond with her. Well, take that back, because Clara has told us before that she does not attach emotions or having a deep connection when she has sex. So it's not even like she's seeking a bond with this man. She just wants to get it off. I'm going to sympathize with her. We're human. We have needs. But it comes off as desperate and it comes off as a little pathetic, right? I feel like if this was a man that was doing all this talking and bringing up sex every second of the day, we'd be judging him. We'd be down his throat. We'd be calling him thirsty. We'd be calling him desperate. We would have every name in the book for a man who does this. And so I'm gonna bring that energy. I'm gonna keep that heat with Clara. It's like, calm down. You should be happy someone wants to build a connection and a long-lasting bond with you before hopping in the sack. But Ryan, I'm not sure if he's that type of person. He may say that and give us lip service and say, oh, I want a deep connection with my wife. I want to explore where this could go. Yeah, if you're getting your wiener sucked every night and you're not returning anything, as a favor, I have to question if you really value having a deep and emotional connection and bond with your wife. You are taking full advantage of the situation. And so I have a smoke for you too. Don't come to me talking about, sex is this great, awesome, sanctity or whatever, but you're still eating the fruits off of the tree. Like I can't get with that. I don't understand that logic. And I'm not about to sit here and let Ryan get away with it. He really thinks he's fooling us. You're not fooling anybody, sir. We're all adults. Okay. We've all, as women, we've dated men who have done this, right? They have milked the cow. And they'll tell you, well, why do we need to take things further? We're already doing everything that married people or people in relationships do. He's milking the cow and then he's using it as an excuse. I don't condone it. I'm not with it. In that case, he needs to stop receiving. Clara needs to stop giving. And y'all really need to get to learn each other and know each other and build this damn bond y'all keep talking about. Because I'm not seeing it. All I hear is sex in one ear from Clara. All I hear is crickets on Ryan's end because he bores the hell out of me. I'm over them. Next.
Thank you very much, Prayer Warrior. Libaraka Brokoto. I hope you can understand that you're the Prayer Warrior. You can deep and interpret it. Yes. F-Boy Assassin. drop some bars on us. I know you come with smoke, and I don't know whose side you're falling on today, but let me know what you're saying about Ryan and Clara.
I maintain that Clara's whole demeanor is harsh to the point of not being attractive. If somebody was on me like this, it would not be sexy to me. However, it's hard to say this because it's like, if someone is, you say you're attracted to them, you actually like them, you're spending all this time with them, and you're married and you have the intention of staying married, I'm finding it very odd that he has not ever once, she's doing this every day for almost 30 days. Let's even give her a few days off. Not even once has he allowed it to go further than this. That is to me like he has the will and the restraint of 1,000 men, because like, how have you never even been curious to go further? Not even a little bit further. This is odd to me. It's odd to me. Like I said, it is a turnoff, but it's a weird dynamic. I'm trying to figure out if it's a controlling nature, or Purple said, if it's, hiding performance, because he keeps saying things like trust is sexy. That's not, you telling me that is not sexy. So, you know what I mean? And then, well, what can we do to build trust? It just takes time. What does that mean? So you can indefinitely play this we need to build trust game. You see that she's over here struggling, and either, like, I would say he doesn't care, but he is delusional enough to think that they're in the top 0.1% of all married at first sight couples. So he must truly believe that, like, things are actually going well. But then he says to the camera, Claire's only concerned with one thing. She's like one track minded, and I just want to get to know her on a deeper level. But are you, though? But are you getting to know her on a deeper level? I mean, it's the withholding of it all just seems kind of tough to me, because it's like, okay, so she asks you a deep question, or not even a deep question. She asks you questions about just kind of trying to get you to open up, and you shut down. But you're trying to get to know her on a deeper level. You're not even interested in understanding kind of more about why she's so interested in sex, and, like, what else is going on? Like, what are the probing questions, background, all these things? It just, to me, this is kind of stalled out, and it's only halfway through the experiment. So I don't know where they're going with this. Like, I don't know how to even get this back on track, because Ryan's in a relationship with himself and it's going great. He doesn't care how Clara feels about it. It's his relationship with himself is going amazing. So I don't even know how they can move forward. She's about to lose her mind. She's already freaking out and screaming to all her friends about how trash their sex life is. And so it's not going well from here.
Love that point. Thank you, F-Boy Assassin, coming for all the F-Boys in the world. David, welcome to the panel. I haven't seen you for a very, very long time. You were here, I think, a few weeks back when we did our Friday night live. So good to have you on board, sir. What's your thoughts on Ryan and Clara's situation? I mean, is it odd that somebody is withholding sex like this, sir? Do you know? Is it not odd?
Yeah. Well, it's awesome to be back, honestly, and big ups to everyone. I really watch the show, all up on you guys. You guys drop some big gems, and always loving it. I have to start by saying I agree with Prayer Warrior. I think Prayer Warrior really hit the point, because like we had someone like this previously with Miles and Karen, the last one, where Miles was like wanting to go extra mile, and Karen was holding out, and a lot of people were like, what's up with this girl? And some people were even like, I would take Miles right now, I would give him to whatever and all this, and stuff like that. But I think the difference, which Prayer Warrior really pointed out, was that Miles was not like acting the way Clara is acting now, which is like bringing it up every time, like, I want the D, I want the D, I want the D. He just like make mention of it when she tells him, like, I want to see a deeper level or something like that. He tries to go over and beyond and do some things to make her feel good and make her get to that point. Maybe that's just because, as men, we're always wanting to please our woman to eventually get the whatever, and stuff like that. But it's just different ways of going about it, and I think that's the different. Clara is like, and sometimes, like, when they do the after show, they talk about the fact that some of these things are edited, so it's not like every time they're asking her, oh, what did you eat today? I have not had sex today, or whatever. It's like, that's how it kind of comes off, like, it's like everything, every point, that's the next thing. But maybe it's just editing and it makes it look that way or something. But I think she needs to sort of tone it down a bit and kind of like come with it differently. But to your question, I think initially I thought maybe Ryan was trying to be like, the good PK kind of boy and stuff, and I don't want to be putting my business out on camera and stuff. But now I think it's a bit like somebody really made mention of it, like, bro, don't you want to check out how that ass looks like, like how are you keeping it under control? Like, it's like, except you're gay or except, so it's like maybe
Yes,
it doesn't
David.
maybe it doesn't feel the girl that much. I don't know, but yeah, so I don't know. Yeah.
No, that's
I
that's
just leave
that's
it there.
that's the honest truth right there, David. Thank you for even sharing that. I love the fact you kept it real as well. Yeah. I guess one more voice in this. Purple Age, you wanted to come back into it and say something. Go for it.
Okay, so I totally didn't even follow my notes coming into this because I was so stunned by all of the beautiful melanin on my
Come on now.
screen. But one thing I really wanted to really focus in on is Ryan and the way he acts towards Clara and this whole situation. So when they went to tantric yoga, right? He was acting so standoffish and so stiff and just had no interest in even giving it a real chance. Okay. And tantric yoga, let's be honest, that was Clara's that was her way of trying to loosen him up. We see throughout this whole season, she's just shooting in the dark, trying to loosen him up. And when he was in his confessionals, he had this weird sarcasm and smirk about the way he was talking about the situation. And it just made me feel like, Ryan, you know what you are doing. You are sitting here watching this girl flail around. You're watching her kind of unravel and you're watching her feel her way through the dark and you're not giving her any pointers. Have they had a conversation about, okay, you're not ready to have sex, but what is going to make you want to have sex? Have they actually communicated that? Because from what I see Clara saying, it doesn't seem like they've had a real conversation about that. All it is, oh yeah, I'm just not ready. It's a deeper connection. What does that mean, Ryan? Maybe Clara doesn't know how to bring that out of him and ask him that because she's not able to have these deep conversations or whatever. And Ryan is just sitting up there with a smug thinking he good. For you to say that, oh, we're the best relationship and somebody needs to be taking advice from you. Are you crazy? You're not even having sex. How can anyone take any type of relationship advice from you, Ryan? So you think you are perfect and you think you are better than Clara. That's why you don't want to have sex with her. And for you to sit up there and joke about what's going on and seeing her, be frustrated. She's frustrated. She has said it multiple times to you, to her friends, out loud, to the cameras. You know it. We know it. We all know it. So I think it's cruel for you to just sit up there and not communicate how you really feeling and give her at least some pointers. So that's really what I wanted to say. I forgot to say that earlier, but just wanted to highlight that, aspect of the situation.
Oh, so Cece wants to also add. Before Cece adds, I mean, is there a case also though, for instance, at the very end, towards the end, the couch situation where Ryan was, talking with Clara, and when he was talking with her, she did the same thing that she did with the donut situation. She zoned out. And I wonder if that's also a part of the drop in attraction or two, because, well, I shouldn't say attraction, drop in the connection as well, because when he does start, I mean, I'm not saying that he's saying anything particularly as deep. He seems to be kind of almost teaching, and sometimes when he's kind of talking, I don't know. But I mean, obviously, is that part of it as well, that he's trying to explain maybe how his mind thinks? And she was doing it. She was zoning out. At the very end, when he was talking to her on the couch and trying to tell her, listen, I need trust, everything like that. She was like, yeah. And then she was like, yeah. And she zoned out. So it's does that affect someone maybe like Ryan? Maybe he's seeing that on a constant basis, that she zones out and he can't connect with her, maybe? Cece? Winans?
Who now whining? So this is just an extremely shallow part of me, but I just sat here and thought, like, so what if she holds out and waits, and then it's not even worth it? I'm gonna go back on mute on that.
It won't be. It likely won't be.
You lot are bad.
It won't be. It will not be. All of this dramatics leading up to this, it won't be. The lack of emotional intelligence, it won't be. The inability to be comfortable in your skin doing tantric yoga, it won't be. It won't be.
Clara, you know what I want her to do when she's done? Say, all right, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. All right, yeah, hey, sure. Retweet that. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow,
yeah,
you are
sure.
petty.
Yeah.
Medium sex, anyone? Medium sex? Medium? It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be good. Medium sex.
The longer he waits, the more pressure he's actually putting on himself. Like, he's building up the suspense, he's building up the hype. And it's like when it finally happens and he's only lasting like 30 seconds, she's gonna be like, so that's it? You was acting like you was made of gold down there. And
she know it ain't gold. She's already caught the preview. She's just waiting for the movie. She's already caught the previews. She's just hoping on a wait and a prayer.
But here's my thing. If she's the kind of person that really does not have an emotional connection to sex, why does she not have toys? Why does she not have a way?
This is true.
Like, that's my thing that I'm so confused about. Go to the store, get you a toy, go online. There's so many toys out there. Grab one and stop frustrating yourself and frustrating this man. Like, what is it? Like, another thing also is during the wedding, okay, it may be different, but like, he's telling you to just wait. So, and you're giving yourself 6 months because you said if he doesn't love you in 6 months, you're out. You're moving into his house. So obviously there's some level of commitment there. And you're not going to frustrate him into having sex with you. You've tried. If you're giving this man, you're topping him off and he's not going all the way, let it go. Okay, let it go. Go find you a toy. Go find you a body pillow. Lay down, do your thing, roll over, go to sleep. It's not going to happen. And another thing is at the wedding, his parents said this man doesn't do anything. And I quote, he said, he doesn't make any decisions lightly. His decisions are from a place of research. He weighs the consequences of both the positive and the negative with the short term and the long term. Like, I am just stressed just thinking about that. If that's how he processes things. My mind is just exhausted already. So I'm sure Ryan has a Clara chart somewhere with the positives, with the negatives. Everything he does, she asked about sex today, negative. Like, the negatives are piling up. Like, stop talking about the sex. Because it's going to get to a point where he's not even going to be able to see all that chart that he has of your negatives and positives. What?
Look, bad and bougie. He is trying to learn how to speak dog before he tries to learn how to speak Clara.
Because the dog is not begging for sex. It's easy. It's easy. The dog just wants food, wants to walk, poops, pick it up, and we're good. He has a good relationship. There's trust there.
I know that Clara said she doesn't relate sex to emotions, but she really does, y'all. She wants the validation of her husband. Come on, we all know that.
Agreed.
That's what she wants. And when you add on to the fact that she's doing what she thinks she's supposed to do as the wife, right? When you start getting into that dutiful act stuff, she starts feeling like I'm getting the short end of the stick here. So that's what it really is about. But she better than me because I'd have rolled over and said, yeah, sure.
Who'd Boucher? What are you saying? You were going to say something?
I agree with all you guys that she should find alternate sources, the toys or whatever. However, I think it wouldn't be so bad if the other couples wouldn't have had sex. So I think it's like making her feel insecure. Like, okay, even Jacob and Haley had sex. Like, she's like, what's wrong with me? So I think that's weighing heavy on her that she just can't understand why her man don't want her. But she toy.
I personally think she got an issue with sex. I'm not gonna lie to you. Clara's got an issue with sex. When she jumped on the show, when she was beginning stages, she was saying there was a guy, she was explaining about her date situation where she went on a date and she slept with the guy and the guy slept with her friend or something, or whatever. But it was like she slept with the guy really, really soon. She's got an issue with sex. Like, her walls are always getting breached. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, in fact, her emotional walls that she allows us in. Please, I wasn't talking about that. I have to make it very clear. But she allows men into that space very, very easily. And I really do think, again, I'm going to say it again, she needs therapy. The big T, she needs it. Because it's the sex is the pressure that she's putting onto him. Listen, obviously at the same time, the fact that he's given some as well, it's also not making it clean cut. So it's a bit difficult to say 100% that there's mad pressure. But there's a lot of I need sex to the point where you're sitting on the couch and all you're thinking about is I'm on heat, and it's getting a bit concerning, bruv. Like if and I think I'll take Prayer Warrior's point, which is last week I didn't go as hard, but this week when I saw her I was like, yeah, Charlie, I mean, would you relax a little bit? Even in the tantric yoga, you were really, I could see that you were heated. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, darling, listen, I understand, listen, we all get there, but the way you're pressuring him, it's getting scary. You know what I mean? So he has every right to say he doesn't want to have sex, and listen, that's up to you. Now, what your right is, Clara, is to say, listen, I'm also not giving you no sloppy toppy. It's that simple, because I'm not giving you any more of that, because you don't want to do what I want you to do. So that's fine. Let's build an emotional connection. My issue is I don't think she can build an emotional connection. I don't think she knows how to do that yet. The sex is not the issue. She doesn't know how to do this. So what he's asking her to do is almost impossible nigh for her. I don't think she knows how to do that yet. So I think they're gonna have a bigger issue in the long run if they continue this relationship. They need the big T in there. All right, Paige got 2. They need 5.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I feel like like this stuff might have started out as Ryan trying to see if they connect on that intellectual level, because we can't deny the fact that Ryan's always trying to have like conversations that are like a bit deep, like what's your purpose, what's your vision, what you're trying to do in life and stuff like that. And she's like kind of like taking it the wrong way. She's not like responding. She's like, I'm just trying to have a donut and whatever. Like, just answer the question, and stuff like that. So he might have started off like, oh, let me see if I can connect with this girl beyond the surface level. But then the way she goes on and on about it, and then she now starts telling him about her sexual escapades and what she has done, and I can't hold it down. I just give it to whoever so quickly. Shoot, me myself, I would be like, oh man, am I dealing with like some deep well somewhere? Like everyone's just borrowing him and stuff. Like, he's gonna be turned off by that. Like, no matter what, every guy likes a fluid babe who's like ready to get down and stuff. But you don't want someone who like everyone's done it with and stuff. That's why people like say, oh, it's only 3 people I've slept with. Hey, well, shoot, if we actually research, maybe like reach 50, we don't know. But people just kind of keep it that way because no one wants to like start putting all their shit outside. So when you're like just giving all those kind of stuff, the guy himself will just be like, what, this girl is like so loose and stuff. Like, let me just kind of, So he's probably a bit turned off by all those stuff that she keeps saying as well about what she's done, and yeah, she like just kind of keep it cool and get some toys maybe, look for the big one.
I hear that, David. So, guys, we've reached the end of the first couples. Make sure if you're in the chat as well, if you're enjoying it, leave a comment as well saying that you're enjoying it as well. Don't forget to like this particular live. It helps with the optics. It helps people know that this is actually a really good live. I know you're enjoying it, but leave a comment. I'm sure you like as well. We're going to go on to our second couple as well. Thank you, panelists, for that first round of banter and good deep chats. I mean, I was laughing a lot. Some people are saying some words that are making my insides swell a little bit. Pigeon Hills out here. All right, cool. Let's talk about obviously another very heavy hitter of topic. I know Prayer Warrior doesn't like these couples at all, man, to be honest. So, but we're still gonna talk about them, innit? Yeah, me, Eric and Virginia. Yeah, man. Listen, why have I got passed on the couch, man? That's old news, man. Let me change that. Hey, it's not even passed on the couch anymore. Let me put this here. It's called Mission Control. That's what it's called. All right, cool. So we have Eric, Eric and Virginia. We had obviously the whole fight around Rocky Balboa, the little dog, coming up, and we had a little issue in terms of Eric wanted to become Rambo and train his dog to be a still sitter and not biting stuff. We had Eric and Virginia arguing about her leaving for 40 minutes and leaving him by the bar. I don't know. Do you know what? I'm starting to get concerned about Eric too and his drinking. His drinking is leaving. Even when he was with the boys, he was still drunk. Like, bro, you really taking these days off. You really are taking these days off seriously. But she mentioned something really key as well, Virginia. She said, obviously, you always seem to get angry at me when you are drunk. And I took that on board. I said, oh, okay. So she's also noticing that maybe his behavior changes when he's drunk. The inhibitions flow. So what's you guys' thoughts on Eric and Virginia? Is he controlling? Is it just him being controlling? Is Virginia also got a part to play in this as well? Like, what's our thoughts on that? David, since you're the last one to speak, I'll let you go first. What's your thoughts on Virginia and Eric?
Yeah, this is like the couple I was like really like ready to come on for, honestly, because they really like push my buttons. Like, like I'll start by saying, like, women want love when they feel the least lovable, and men need respect when they least deserve it. Women want love when they feel less lovable. When she's not made up, when she's just had a baby and she feels all insecure about her body and stuff, she wants to feel that love from a man. And when the man is not pulling his weight and he makes less money and stuff, he wants to feel that respect. He wants to feel that admiration. And security is really big for ladies. Like, you want to be secure in your man, that he's got you financially, he's not going to cheat on you emotionally and stuff like that. So when you keep on going on and on about, if you do this, I'm leaving, if you do this, it's over, if this is not going to work, you can leave, like, that's not security. That's just going to make her feel on the edge, like she can lose you any minute. You can walk off any time. And that's something that he always does. Like, this Eric guy, like, I don't like your dog, he needs to get trained, and if you don't like it, you can, like, what's the point of adding that at the end of every statement? It doesn't make sense. Like, you should keep your woman secure and make her know that, what, you got issues, I've got issues, we can work it out and we move forward. But every time he's always like, this is this, this is that. And then he puts up this whole charade of, I've got experience. And see, experience is the best teacher, but not if it's a bad one. Not if it's a bad experience. And you've got a bad experience. Your marriage didn't work out. And even if you had a good experience, every marriage is different. Every person is different. So you can't just equate and say, yeah, this is this. And, every time he tries to come up with, yeah, because I know what good marriage is, what you don't know, dude. You really don't know, because you really don't have experience. Some people don't marry 2 years. They don't even like go for marriage seminar to go and start speaking. They just sit down and write notes. People are married 40 years, they talk. So you just had this marriage that didn't even work out. Now you want to coach all of us about how marriage should work. And, yeah, maybe this girl is kind of childish and stuff, and she's young and wants to play life and have fun. But, you don't want to have like someone who's like your coach telling you this, telling you that. A marriage certificate is not a bill of sale. It is not a bill of sale. It's a partnership. You don't own someone, so don't come and start. So I think Eric just needs to really learn how to understand he doesn't know anything about marriage, or he doesn't know enough about marriage, and they should learn and grow together and stop like ordering her around and telling her what is this and what is that. And then lastly, with the dog, I feel like dogs are like people's babies. And if I got married to someone who has like 2 or 3 kids, I need to understand that those kids just see me as a dude off the street. They don't know you. You don't have any credibility. You don't have any whatever with them. So you should be coming into that marriage being that woman's best friend, that woman's kid's best friend. You should be taking them to ice cream. You should be buying them cookies. You should be spoiling them. That's how you get in their good grace. You don't just be with someone who has kids and then you just feel like you just do whatever you like and they need to listen to you. Why do they need to listen to you? What have you done? Who are you to them? So the same thing with the girl's dog. You want to like start, he's not trained. He needs to be trained. He needs to be, dude, you need to step it down and understand that, even your dog is not perfect, so everyone has flaws, and you have to learn to grow together, not just other people around and make you feel like you know what's best and you know what's right. So I just leave it there so that we can talk.
Cheers, Dave. Appreciate it. PW, Prayer Warrior, talk to us, man.
Yeah, so I have a couple of observations when it comes to Eric and thoughts on his behavior, which was completely unacceptable this episode. And I'll start by saying it could be one of two things, right? Either in Eric's last marriage, he felt as if he had no control whatsoever, that now he's trying to compensate or overcompensate in this relationship by making sure he controls every little single thing. He gives me vibes of, I never had my way before, so I'm going to try my best to have my way now. So that's number one. Or number two, he was like this in his first marriage and it ended because of his personality, his character, right? So I don't see him. I feel like he does this so well that this actually might be who he is. And so I'm thinking this has a lot to do with why his first marriage failed. I mean, I'm not trying to put the blame on him, but this would drive anyone away, right? It would drive me away. You're not about to talk to me like you're my father, you're my husband, my partner, not my daddy, not my grandfather, not my boss, not my like you're not any of those things. And so that I think it's one of those two. It could be a combination of both. I feel bad for Virginia because she's already a ball of anxiety. She's so she's just a nervous wreck, and I think she needs someone to be careful with her and handle her in a way that's gentle and loving. And I really do feel like a lot of the things that Eric says is not necessarily wrong, but I think his delivery comes off very emotionally manipulative and controlling. And it like Virginia's, I don't want to call her naive, but she seems like she compromises a lot, or she kind of like, she'll go with what you say eventually. Like she might put up a fight, but eventually she'll like kind of agree and say, okay, well, I guess I'll just do it your way. And so for me, that's concerning because you have someone like Eric who is going to control the situation. And then you have someone like Virginia who's going to compromise and continuously be the one that has to sacrifice and put her needs on the back burner and put her husband's before hers. So I don't know. This is a bad mix for me. And it's triggering for me too, because I was in a relationship with a man like this who was 11 years my senior. And because he was older than me, he always used the expression that, I've been there, done that. So you need to listen to me. I hear Eric say that all the time. And I see Virginia, as young as she is, as inexperienced as she is, falling for that crap. Like I haven't been as many places. I haven't been married before. So maybe he does know a little bit more about me. No, honey, if he was that good at marriage, he'd probably still be in one. So don't take his word for Bible. You're both learning. You're both getting to experience this experience together. And no one is more right than the other person. He needs to work on his delivery. It's very emotionally manipulative. But I think she also does need to understand, like, you are married now, right? So there are certain things that can come off a little bit like singly. I'm still like in the single mind frame. So I do get Eric's point of view sometimes, but his delivery kind of turned me off, and it's just like, all right, right message, but wrong messenger. So that's my tidbit.
Appreciate that. Hood Bouget, talk to us, man.
Whew. So originally, I wasn't really paying Eric any attention. We were all focused on Virginia. But this week, and I was just looking at a picture of Eric prior to this episode, and I'm not trying to be mean, or stereotype, but he looked like if you mess up, you're gonna be in the basement, locked up, tied, gag. He looks scary. Look at the picture when he got the glasses on. I see y'all faces, but he looks like
I thought he looked like Harry Potter. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's what I was thinking. I thought Harry Potter.
He looked scary. And so, like, at first I thought it was because he was drinking that day when we was like, something is wrong with him, something is off. But I don't think he's drinking every day with Virginia. So something about is this, look at his eyes. Something wrong with them eyes. Now, with Eric, I don't think he's a good fit for Virginia because she has anxiety issues and she has stuff going on. So because of that, you can't talk to someone like that. So he actually has signs of a narcissist because at the beginning he was building her up. I'm going to make you feel comfortable. When he took her over to his house, I want to make her feel safe. But then now this week, you're basically tearing her apart. Everything he was saying to her. If you know that someone has abandonment issues, you don't tell them that you're going to leave. That's their worst fear. So he just kept telling her, like, well, you can go, you can leave. And she was like, go where? You know, like, and he was just like, he was just doing the most. So I might need to stop watching the Identity Channel, but Eric's scaring me right now, and I see a lot of red flags. So that's just it.
I hear you. Anyone else got an opposing view? Anyone think that, although he an opposing view to Eric this week, or everyone's in agreement that Eric is moving mad this week? Okay, everyone's in agreement. All right, cool. Yeah. Where the money resides? What are you saying? Talk to me, man.
Eric is moving like a Mazzoline. Oh my God.
I hear you.
Yo, seriously, like, I don't even really pay attention to Eric and Virginia when I watch this thing, but like their scene, I just kept saying, like I literally just, that was just my reaction because it just kept escalating. Eric was triggering me. Eric is a manipulator. Eric is Chris 2.0. Eric is what Chris is trying to be. Eric will trigger you and then say, why are you reacting that way? We're married now. Why are you getting defensive? Eric will slap you and say, why is your face hurting? Why are you holding your face? That's the kind of person Eric is. Eric will put you in a position where you react and then he'll make you feel crazy for your reaction. Systemically, then making you like question everything, that like the whole narrative. If you ask Virginia what happened, Virginia probably wouldn't even be able to articulate it because she's just being like, the mind games are crazy. The whole thing with his dog being perfect, and then saying the dog is not perfect, then saying he doesn't care what she thinks, and then saying she should open up to him. Eric is the kind of person that if you marry him and you divorce him, everybody will blame you because they don't understand how he could be such a horrible person. She needs to run. This isn't a case for therapy. This isn't a case for, she needs to run. Eric is that kind of person that it will slowly go to physical abuse, and he will beat her in places where it doesn't show. And then he will say, you see what you made me do? He's toxic, like scary toxic. Hood Bougie, it's not you and the ID channel. He deserves to be on the ID channel. I can't even talk. He is toxic. Eric is scary. Nah. Cancel.
I hear that. FB, go in.
I'm just so happy that everyone can see that Bad and Bougie and I have called this out weeks ago because the signs were there. No, like I understand that it seems like a reach. And I understand even now to some people in the chat what where the money resides and Hood Bougie said and Prayer Warrior, what everyone has said so far. Some of this sounds like a reach even still. But what I'm telling you is, like, if you have known a person who's in an emotionally abusive relationship, this is how it begins. When you look at Virginia, how she kind of froze in that conversation, like she looked almost like, I'm just trying to stay really still until it's over, because you can't quite place your finger on it, but you know it's very wrong. How he played the victim as soon as she called him out, saying it doesn't seem protective, it comes off as controlling. Who's buying this story of she was gone for 40 minutes at the bar? Who's buying this? Like, if y'all really truly believe this, I'm serious. Like, he woke up drunk. She said he lost his phone. How would you even know how much time has passed? If you know how much time has passed, then you could have found her. If you can locate a clock on the wall in your drunken state when you don't have your phone, then you can find her at the bar. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, but it's like he is literally like when she said like, it seems like you forget all of this when you're drunk. And I was like, yep, angry drunk. Like this man engaged in so many manipulative and toxic communication behaviors, saying I'm done constantly in the middle of the conversation and continuing to go in. Why are you waking up the morning after an argument and trying to tell her how she's not taking care of her dog right and that the dog is getting in between your relationship? How is the dog getting in between your relationship? I have many close friends that have dogs, and many of them have told me about men that they've dated trying to dominate their dogs. I don't know why this happens, but I think it's a certain type of men. I don't mean to say weak men, but it comes off as weak to me if you're jealous of the dog, or if you feel the need to come in and step in and drive a wedge between a woman and her animal. That's weak to me. But like some men do this. They try to come in and they try to be like, no, the dog can't be here. The dog has to be here. The dog, like they have to control that issue. He is certainly, when she said, I feel like I don't see my friends. I feel like I haven't seen my sister. I feel like I'm not doing the things I used to do. Some of that is her not being used to being in a relationship. But I also think that Eric takes advantage of the fact that she hasn't been in a relationship for a long time, that he is older and he has been married, to make her feel as though her perspective is not valid. That is not okay. It is not all right for him to constantly throw in her lack of experience or her childhood issues as the reason why she is expressing valid concerns about the way he is engaging her. We saw him when he thought the cameras were gone, snapping on her, cussing her out, blaming her for things like you've been acting like an asshole to me and everybody in here. You bringing other people into it. She was not being mean to them. She was going to them for comfort because you're being crazy. But you're trying to make her feel like, oh, it's only you. You've been acting like this to all of us. We all feel this way. You're the problem. No, he's the problem. I don't doubt that Virginia has anxiety. I mean, considering the time period it was in and considering the time period now, in fact, anyone could have anxiety that could be triggered. But I want to know how much of that is anxiety and how much of that is your intuition telling you, get out of this situation. This man is showing you so many signs that it is not a good situation. He's been looked angry. He's been looked on the edge, tense. Now I always get hurt. That's just my life. That's just my life. I always get hurt. We're not talking about that right now. Who like I keep seeing people in the chat and other videos keep trying to make excuses as to why this is Virginia's fault. So Virginia made him call her out of her name. Virginia's abandonment issues are the reason why he's snapping on her at nighttime, then waking up and trying to tell her about herself. And then that night still trying to continue that same line of conversation. The unrelenting criticism of an issue that she has said is sensitive to her, issue that she has said, hey, can you examine your own self first before you keep going in on me? The unrelenting criticism. We've now been talking about Rocky for like 15 hours. You want to bring it up one more time? Who isn't going to snap on that? Who isn't going to get up and be out on that? Like, I'm trying to understand how this is Virginia's fault. Yes, she has a drinking problem. Yes, she has daddy issues and abandonment issues. That's not what's making Eric act this way. When do we stop making excuses for this? No, there's something wrong with Eric, and he needs to examine that. For all he knows so much about marriage because he was married one time, ask your ex-wife why she thinks it didn't work out. I bet you she's going to list a lot of these same things that we're seeing right now on the screen.
Can I jump in there, Coach? I'm sorry, Christian Bad Boy. All right, so sorry. Oh my Lord. So Eric, I was thinking this is going to be a light, easy episode. You know, I won't be triggered. I can just sit here and enjoy and eat my food and, you know, relax. And then Eric came on the scene and my pressure went all up and I had to put my popcorn and stuff down and my drink down. I was like, what am I hearing? What is this? I'm hearing an emotional abuser. He never raised his voice. He hasn't hit her yet, but that man is abusive. So what struck me the most was the scene where the camera crew wasn't there, but he and Virginia are in the kitchen and they're having an argument, which, by the way, she said they had already gotten to a fight at the bar. So when she went missing for however many minutes, because he said 40 minutes, then he said 30 minutes. I'm like, I don't believe this. She said, well, we got into a big fight. And then we come home and the fight continues. And he said, and I wrote it down, he said, you're actually lucky I just responded the way I did just right now. I was like, are we threatening? Wow. Okay. And I don't care if you were drunk, popped an edible or whatever. You're very abusive, sir. And if Virginia, who it amazes me, yes, she has a drinking issue, but that woman is like, her awareness is like very keen, self-awareness and awareness relationally. I was just like, Virginia, you're on it. You're not quite there yet, but I mean, you're very aware. Like when he starts, saying certain things to you, she calls him out, and please don't say, tell me I could leave. I was just like, right. You're getting that he keeps feeding you this. And I'm like, so now the next part is you just bounce. And I think this is why she doesn't want to live with him, because she's very much aware she'd be down in that basement with no cats and no dog, because this man is evil. How do you take the dog that's actually a puppy, right? I don't know much about dogs now, but I know when they're 1 year old, they're still a puppy, correct? Huh? All right. How do you take a puppy and have a laundry list of everything that's wrong with the puppy, and then recommend that that puppy spend more time with not a dog trainer, but with you? I said, oh, okay. So Eric is the end all be all. He is the omniscient one. He's omnipotent, omniscient. He is the almighty. I said, this man is crazy, crazy. So then as he's in the scene where it's all the husbands together and they're supposed to be talking about their dogs, right? I get it, but I'm no fool. He's talking about the dog, but he's really talking about Virginia. How the dog is wild and crazy and needs to be tamed. And, my dog Tex is like, mild behavior, acts well. And I was just like, wow, the comparisons are so drastically different, Eric. You're on one side of the spectrum. Virginia's on the clear other side of the spectrum. And everything is wrong with her dog or with her. Because I'm no fool. You ain't talking about, what's her dog name? Rocky, Rocco, whatever. He ain't talking about that dog. He's talking about his wife, which I also took issue with. And how dare you get down here with all these other husbands that talk about your wife like that? Mr. Oh, we're great. We're fine. Everything's awesome. I love her. This and that, blah, blah. Oh, and now you want to go in on her dog like that? And I appreciate Vincent for being like, hello, it's called compromise. It's not that deep. It's a dog. Really? I just said, wow, this is the origin story. If Virginia stays with him, this is the origin story of her demise. This is how abuse, like aggressive, like real serious. This is how it starts. This is just the breeding ground. She's being initiated at this point. Up to decision day. If she happens to say yes, good. We're going to have to come up back on here and pray for her, because she's going to need it at that point, because that man is absolutely nuts. Last point. When he was explaining to, and this is something about emotional abusers that just drives me nuts. When he talks with Virginia, it's very critiquey, everything she's doing wrong. But did you notice how one time she did something, I guess, that he thought was right? And he tried to like affirm her. He was like, I see the change that you make. Good job. Atta girl. I appreciate that you're making those changes. I was just like, who is this man? He coming on Married at First Sight. Maybe he meant to go on Parent at First Sight, because he wants a child. He wants somebody that he can control and dominate. A grown adult woman ain't it. But anyway, last point. When he was with the husbands, to me, y'all tell me if I'm wrong, he was trying to make himself sound like the victim. Like her dog has just caused him so much anguish. This dog is just out of control, you guys. Like, you just don't understand. I mean, the way he was looking down, his demeanor, he was so downcast. And I was like, sir, it's a dog. Really? You're not a victim. And don't nobody feel sorry for you. So we pray to God that maybe Paige can loan Virginia one of her therapists, since she got so many, and that baby can get some real help, because she's in danger, y'all. Virginia, you in danger, girl.
Interesting. Ooh, it's warming up. Okay. Who's next? Thank you, CC. Who's next? Badam Bougie, you going? Up to the Badam field. Go for it.
All right. So Eric makes me cringe. Like, Eric just makes me cringe. because the signs are there and Virginia is onto it, but she just hasn't fully grasped it because of the tactics that he's using. So he baits her with the love and the I love you so much, and we're just so great together. We had the best day yesterday, but you didn't have the best day because y'all had a fight after you guys left and went to the bar, and then you had a fight when you came home. So that wasn't the best day. But that's how a manipulator acts. They tell you the best part of it, and then underneath it all, then they wipe you off with like the negative. And yeah, let's break Eric down. So Eric is second generational military. So, and he's second generational pilot. A lot of his path has been paved for him already by his father, right? When you come from military, sometimes, especially in the military, I do you a favor, you pull my son in with the pilot thing too. I don't know how that went, but I'm sure his father had some pull and brought him in. So Eric has had a lot of things go well for him. He's not coming from a wealthy family, but he's coming from a rich family. Like they own their own, whatever that plane place is. What was it called? Hangar. They own their own hangar. So they come from a very affluent family, and he's gotten his way. He's a rich, spoiled boy. So when he meets Virginia and he wants to control Virginia, it's coming from a place of fear. If I don't control this girl could leave me. And if this girl leaves me, that's another divorce. If this girl leaves me, that means that I failed. That means that the resume that I'm trying to build of I am an accomplished pilot and now I am a father and a husband, that means that I failed at that too. Prior to the wedding, his mother said, you have a lot of learning to do in life. This is what the mother was talking about. There's a lot of things that Eric does not know. There's a lot of things that he thinks he knows, but he really does not know. And because of that fear of like, I don't want to look like I am less than a man, he wants to control Virginia and tell her what to do, tell her what time to call him, tell her how long you can like 30 minutes. So what? You guys are still in the same place. So what? You're still in the same bar. What? I mean, what? What's going to happen to her? The bar's going to swallow her? What's going to happen? She's going to get kidnapped? She's a grown woman. What is the one of her boys that he sleeps on the couch with is just going to come and just scoop her away? What are you scared of? 30 minutes. Well, I'm just trying to tell you, it just didn't feel right that I didn't see you for 30 minutes. What? What do you mean? You need to see her every time? Come on. But this is part of the controlling tactic of I need to have you under my thumb at every second. Every second of the day, I need to have you under my thumb. I need to know what you're doing. You need to tell me how long you're going to stay out. Like, come on. Eric is cringy. Eric is cringy. Eric is cringy. Eric is cringy. And Eric is the type of man they make Lifetime movies for. So Hood Bougie, I am with you. He is the kind of man that snaps and, tells you that his pregnant wife went fishing somewhere and then you find the baby and the mother in the water. Listen, that's who Eric is. It is scary. It is scary. And another thing, his plot is to tell everybody they're great. You see how he does it? Oh, we're so good. We're great though. Even to Virginia herself. They were just having an argument and he goes, oh, but we're great. No, we're not. We're not great. Because you just accused me and yelled at me and said all these negative things about me. We're not great. Stop saying that. That's the tactic though. I butter you up, then I cut you. I butter you up, then I slice you a little bit more. I butter you up, then I poke you a little bit more. To the point where it gets, if I'm cutting you, you can't even tell I'm cutting you because I buttered you up so well. And that's the scary part. That's the scary part about Eric. If Virginia is ever a stay-at-home mom, and there was a comment she made, she's like, oh, I don't have to go to work. If she ever decides to become a stay-at-home mother, she will be miserable. She will be miserable. He will control everything to the amount of money she spends on her personal hygiene products. That's the kind of man he will be. That's the kind of man he will be. And everything he says, See, when they were on the bed and they were talking about the dog, this man is a joke. When they were talking about the dog, he started it as, oh, our dogs are just like us. And then he proceeded to list all the things that are wrong about the dog that is just like her. And you don't think I could peep that? My dog is just like me. Your dog is just like you. And he needs to be tamed. And he needs to be disciplined. And he needs to be... Are we talking about me or are we talking about the dog? You don't think Virginia knows that? If she can peep all the things that are going on emotionally and intellectually, I think she's up there because she knows what's going on. If she can pick all that stuff up, you don't think she can pick that you're talking about her? And then you want her to sit through the conversation about how you want to tame the dog and the dog needs you. The dog doesn't even know you. How does the dog need you? How? How does the dog need you? And then you tell her, oh, I'm always going to be here for you. I always got your back, but you got to change. Oh, but I don't want to change you though. But in marriage, you have to change. Make up your mind, you crazy. Make up your mind. Make up your mind on what you want. Virginia needs to run. Virginia needs to run because if she gets pregnant, Lord Jesus, please don't let this girl get pregnant. If she gets pregnant by this man, if she gets pregnant, because that's all he wants her for is a baby. That's all to complete that package of I am a military man. I accomplished this. I accomplished that. I am in the Air Force. I am an accomplished pilot. Now I have a wife and kids to just go show off when he goes to his pilot friends, meeting or whatever it is that they do to say that I have a baby and I have a wife. It's just a package deal. He doesn't care about her. It's just a package deal. To say I got a wife and I got children too. Now I'm a man. That's it. He wants to be a full man. And without a wife and a kid, he's not a full man. He wants to be respected as a man. And without that, he's not. So he wants to just keep her along until he can get all those things. And then when he's done, he's going to treat her like trash. Like Kenny said, he will beat her in places that people can't see. He will beat her in places that people can't see. And the fact that he's going around saying their relationship is so perfect, who's going to believe you? When y'all are laughing and giggling and kissing each other and giving each other coordinates as presents and all these nonsense, who's going to believe that you're in a terrible marriage? Nobody. Nobody. Hopefully she gets out. And hopefully she's on contraceptive because she can't have that man's baby. Mm-mm.
Purpleade, go for it.
Eric. I thought it was interesting when after they had their fight, he's telling her like, yeah, we just need to keep an open line of communication and you could tell me anything and da 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 da. But it's like, Eric, you do not create emotionally safe environments. So how can you expect her to open up to you and be vulnerable with you when every chance you get, if it's not going your way, you're basically like, it's done, I'm done. And even when you're talking to the cameras, you're like, yo, I don't even know if this is even going to work out. And every time they have a tough conversation, so I watched this episode with some friends of mine, and a lot of them felt like, yeah, like, Virginia, she was overreacting in that situation. Like, obviously, the dog is biting her and, all this type of stuff. But I'm like, yes, the dog does need some training. Okay. But one thing about Eric is when he's talking to her about a certain thing, he's not talking about the dog. He's not talking about that certain thing. He's talking about Virginia because he constantly has a need to compare. That is his issue. He's constantly comparing him to her, his dog to her dog. And what he's really saying is, you are a bad dog owner. And so you need to do all these things to fix your dog. And yeah, I agree with Bad and Bougie and Callie Carmel, who said, like, yeah, when he was saying, oh yeah, your dog is exactly like you. Yeah, that was his way of trying to beat around the bush to call out all of her flaws. Okay. And he's not creating these emotionally safe environments, but yet he wants her to open up to him. And it's like, you don't even really know if you even want to be with her. And for you to constantly be threatening to leave her, you know that she has abandonment issues. That's where her nervousness comes from. Sometimes you do need to have tough conversations. Her dog is crazy. Like, he was biting her, because right when they were having that conversation on the couch, the editors showed the dog like literally bite her. Like, I don't know if y'all caught that, but the dog do be biting, okay? But my thing is that, like, look, how about you be the change, okay? Instead of constantly complaining about her and like what her dog is and, you know, all that, how about you just stop complaining and just be the positivity in the situation? Like, if you feel like her dog needs to have a little bit more training, then just train the dog. Like, I don't think that you need to make a big issue about it. But he does that because he wants to berate her. He thinks that he's better than her. And he wants to make that plain as day. You know, like, he's abusive and he's emotionally abusive. And he knows that abandonment is her trigger. So he constantly uses that against her. Like, for you to be in a marriage and committed to a person and constantly threaten to leave, like, if there's anybody out there who somebody threatens to leave, call their bluff. Because Eric knows good and well he doesn't want this relationship to fail. He knows good and well Virginia brings excitement to his life and all of that. So call their bluff, be like, all right, leave, and see what they do. He ain't going nowhere. He's just using that as a controlling tactic. And I think Virginia doesn't quite know how to articulate that to him. You know, she's experienced all of this. She knows she doesn't like it. She knows it feels controlling, but she doesn't know how to say, like, yo, like, stop saying that you're going to leave, because if you say this, then that makes me feel like I can't trust you with who I really am. And like, it's going to cause all these issues. So yeah, he is an emotional manipulator. He's not creating emotionally safe environments. And one thing I do want to call out, though, is I thought it was interesting how Virginia didn't like the fact that how he acts when he's drunk, right? But she's the one that kind of got him on this whole path of being drunk. Like, I hate to say it because I really want to take up for Virginia right now. But Virginia, you created this monster. I mean, no, he's an abusive and he's controlling and manipulative without the alcohol. But then it gets worse with the alcohol. Okay. The way he talks to her, the aggression. Yeah, like, stop with the alcohol. That ain't for him, baby. That ain't for him. Because it's going to get worse. And who knows, he might raise a hand, you know, one day in a drunken state and try to blame it on the alcohol. Don't let that man drink no more. Because the way he can't handle it and slurs his speech all extra fast with it, like, no, he don't need to be drinking. So she needs to stop drinking and he needs to stop drinking, and they need to have like real conversations. And I think that she needs to run. I agree with everybody else. He's an abuser and he's going to constantly try to manipulate her, constantly saying like, oh, I know that, you know, this is how relationships go. Well, if you know, how come your last relationship didn't work? You're not an expert at this. So, yeah, that's all I had to say.
Ooh, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Anybody with a different opinion, or are we all in unison in regards to Eric and Virginia? Is there a different view that anybody else has? Just wondering. No. All right. Let me offer a counter view then. Let me answer a kind of to kind of open up the conversation a little bit then. So I definitely agree that he has a lot of controlling tendencies. I guess I'm seeing you guys' point of view. I kind of obviously then I guess because I pinpoint his controllingness because of his insecurity in terms of what he's experienced in the past. I didn't see it as severe as what you guys saw it as, because I was looking at it as conditional, based upon the fact that what situation's in at the moment. Because number one, she plays a child. She does play a child role. She plays a child role. It's not that he forces her into that child role. She plays a child role, and he plays the daddy role, and then he forces it and he reinforces the daddy and the child role furthermore. But she actually plays that role. And then number two, that dog does bite. I'm sorry, that dog does bite, and that dog needs training. It's just that simple. Yeah, a clock can be wrong, I guess, twice. If it's broken. So the dog does need training. And then I guess the third part is that definitely I was saying that the manipulation tactics that he used, for instance, that you can leave now, yeah, that's out the window. Not only that, he shut her down. He doesn't want to open up with conversations, which is really weird for me. Like, he doesn't, when she's asking to have genuine conversations, like about the issue, like they were in the bed, like he didn't just shut it down. He actually told us, I don't want to hear from you no more. And that part shook me. I was like, whoa. I was like, brother, I'm gonna need you to park the bus and back up a little bit, sir. Because you going a bit too heavy right now. Like, he was like, that was mad dismissive, and I was like, oh, okay, this is a bit catchy. I guess obviously the part for me, because I'm kind of seeing both of their issues, maybe that's why it's clouding me from seeing it solely as him being like a mad controller. Is because both of them have major fears, abandonment, both of them, and just because of that abandonment, both people are actually operating on two opposite ends of the spectrum. He goes into control mode to cover up the abandonment. She goes into her child perspective when she wants to think about abandonment. She doesn't want to be abandoned. And so I kind of feel like they are the perfect match in hell. And it's like the perfect storm. So I definitely believe he's a controller in this situation. I don't know if he's a controller in general in terms of like he's a mad controller. But I can see your point of view. I'm kind of offering that kind of side of things. But I'm also seeing you guys' point of view in terms of the fact that some of the things that you've pointed out, absolutely. I mean, there's a way, and this is not just the only episode. The critique is mad. He actually does way too much. He's been doing it for the last few episodes. He did it with Dr. Cows, Dr. Viviana, where he was talking at first and then literally just switched. And then was like, yo, it's you're the problem. I was like, freaking hell, my brother. And this is the second week he's kind of done that as well. So there is some glaring issues. The texting, he wanted to do 1 hour, 2 hour, but didn't want to do the same for her. I was like, okay, bro, you're not really consistent either. Like, it's a bit mad. So I'm actually seeing what you ladies are saying, that, and you don't just become that way. There oftentimes is you've done this before, in a sense, right? So I do also take that point across as well, but I wanted to offer that side of things. But yes, so who hasn't spoken yet? Sorry, apologies. Who hasn't spoken yet? Who wants to go next? PW haven't spoken yet. F-Boy, I don't know if you've gone yet.
Something.
He's big. Okay, where the money resides, Flo.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I think it's a combination of situational, maybe escalating things, and also he has this innately in him. I don't think anyone is bringing to the table anything they don't already have in their arsenal. Like, he just falls into this role so easily. It's hard to believe that this is all kind of like new. For Virginia, standing up for herself seems new because she doesn't really have the words. Like, she's not able to articulate exactly what it is, and she's so. One, I'm proud of her. I am proud of her because she's doing better than Paige. Like, honestly, she could give Paige, some tutorials as to how to trust yourself even when you're not sure of yourself. And that's something that I'm going to use this and just like paint a broad brush to women in general is, self-betrayal. When you can't put your finger on it, one thing I've learned, if you can't put your finger on it, it doesn't mean it's not there. It just means you can't put your finger on it. It's there. You just can't put your finger on it. And so it doesn't mean that you need to stay until you figure it out. It's okay to run just by if you smell smoke. You don't have to see the whole fire. It's okay. All right. That's 1. 2. Eric is bossy. Yes.
Bossy,
I'm using that word from Bree.
Good word.
He is bossy. Okay. He is bossy. I'm sorry. He is. If he was in corporate America, he would be a micromanager. In a home, he is a tyrant. Like, he's just bossy. If it's either his way, exactly how he wants it, or it's wrong. Like, there's no room for Virginia to even express herself. None at all. I'm so glad that Virginia. Another thing, I'm so glad that Virginia has the ladies to even like talk to tell them how she's feeling. But I think she was right when she said that she needs a therapist, because she needs someone who she can bring it to, and they can give her the tools, the words that she's actually struggling to articulate and figure out how to say. She needs to bring it to someone who can actually validate exactly how she's feeling. Because when I defend Virginia, I'm not defending her from a perspective of like, she's perfect. The dog is crazy, right? She does step into that child role. She could do with a lot of growing up. She's not perfect. You don't have to be perfect to be a victim. That's one thing that Black people, we know all too well. You don't have to be a perfect victim. But Eric, I was triggered. I was triggered. When someone makes your reaction the problem and not their instigation the problem, and they can't take accountability, you can't really go anywhere with that.
I hear that.
It's like fighting with a ghost. They refuse to be there. Yeah.
So can I add a quick tidbit?
Yeah, go for it.
What you said, Christian Bad Boy. I do think that Eric is controlling, but I think certain situations exacerbate it and kind of like make it a little bit worse than what it, typically is. So we typically, as people, tend to, in our current relationships, tend to operate based on the relationships we've come out of, right? We can either act differently and do things in a different way, or we can stay the same and not really grow, not really learn. But I think a lot of people kind of try to change things about themselves in the next relationship. So I think for Eric, and I really want to know why he got divorced. I really do. I really want to know what happened there. What was the dynamic between him and his ex-wife? Because I think it'll give us a lot more insight. And I hope I don't sound like I'm on Eric's side, because I'm not advocating for him. He's completely wrong. We watched him gaslight and manipulate Virginia in real time, right? But I really do think there was a dynamic there where he's trying so hard to prevent that from happening again. So either he felt like he wasn't the man in the relationship, like he didn't wear the pants, or, he barely had a say in decision making. Whatever it is, I really do think he's trying to have the upper hand. That's usually how you see a lot of people become super duper controlling, right? They need some type of power because they usually don't have it. So I'm wondering if that's coming into play in the situation. Once again, not defending Eric, not trying to, see things from his point of view, but I do feel like there's a method to the madness, if you will.
I hear that. HB, you going? Hood Bouget. Go for it.
I just think like with Eric, I don't think he's had the proper healing or whatever. So I think that he's still stuck. So I always believe people, when they leave relationships, if you don't evaluate what happened with yourself in that relationship or what you could do better or what you could do differently, you're going to take all that stuff into the next relationship. So I think if he didn't change anything, he's going to be that same person. That's why a lot of people need that self-reflection period and don't rush things. Sometimes we want to just be in a relationship so fast. Like when they were saying they was going to counseling, the different ladies. Not if you're not telling the truth. So you have to really dig deep, and you can't just jump in a relationship when you think you're ready. You have to really be healed in order to have something new. Otherwise, it's going to be the same relationship that you were already in. So with Eric, I don't know if because his behavior is not showing that he's been to anybody counseling or he spoke to Jesus. It just does not give that vibe to me. So I think the same thing he's doing to her, he probably did to his wife. She probably just wasn't buying it, or she's still in the basement somewhere. But I don't think Eric is at that place. That's it.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, good point. David, you wanted to go for it? Go for it, bro. Good point.
Yeah. I think Boozy just mentioned something I wanted to say, which I think is something Bronze Bird mentioned the last time he came on, where we were talking about the fact that we should try to come whole when we come into a relationship. And then when you leave in like a relationship, it's that time for you to sort of like get over what you sort of went through. And I think we're just done a video about that before or something. Try to deal with the issues you've got, your emotional traumas and whatever it is before you come into something else, because you want to come to the person who you come into whole and ready to love them, because you can't really love them effectively if you've got like all those kind of things that you still dealing with and you don't want to get over them. And for me, I really feel like Eric is just someone who he's got a little bit of emotional insensitivity, because you're doing something consistently. You can see the woman you propose you love crying, getting agitated, not happy, getting frustrated. And you could literally see in one of those scenes, he was just like, she just needs to relax or whatever. He was saying that to the cameraman. He didn't like really own up to the fact that, what I said it didn't go well. She didn't like it, or it didn't come across well, or, I'm not getting the point. And that's not someone who loves you and cares about how you feel. That's not how it should be. If you care about someone, you care about how they feel. If you're saying something, you're doing something, it's not working. Yeah, you mean differently. Yeah, that's not what you're trying to say or whatever you want to say. But you can say something. I can hear something different. Now, the onus is on you to actually ask me, what did you hear? I'm sorry, this is not what I meant. I apologize for that. But then if you're just gonna like, keep on doing it repeated, because this is not the first thing. It started off from the whole men and women can't just be friends. From that post, that was where the whole Eric controlling began from. Where in the pool he was like, men and women can't just be friends, period. Like, wait now, bro. We're not like, this is not your 2-year-old younger sister or whatever, Let's have a conversation about it. Let's come to a compromise about it, So when you keep on doing something episode after episode, we're seeing it, that's like you're not sensitive. You're not, at some point you should step back and say, what I'm doing is not working. What I'm doing is causing harm and danger to this person. And we're saying, he doesn't want to be divorced again. He wants to have a. So really, if you want to do that, then you should be actually reviewing what you're doing. Is it working or is it not working? And then when we're seeing back footage of when like the cameras are off and this guy is going into full explosive mode, trust me, that's not some someone dealing with emotional whatever and then they're afraid or something. That's like someone who is like really become like this. You can imagine if there's no cameras at all, what he would do. You can imagine how he would react. So this is someone who really needs to check himself. And it's been mentioned before, he's a bit sort of that entitled kind of person. He's doing well. He has a beautiful career. He's got money. So he probably feels like I've got all the aces here. I hold all the cards. Going back to where he was telling her, you're renting. I have a house. What do you mean? He said, that's not how you communicate to someone. That you come across in a different way. Yeah, fine, okay, I'm renting. Yeah, but what's the big deal with that? You own a house, but you don't want to come in like, I have single friends like myself who are like, we guys, we doing well, we have a job as an engineer and all that, you have your own house, you furnish it and stuff. When you get into a relationship with a woman, trust me, that woman wants to make that house a home. Okay? As a man, what we do, we go to the nice store, we buy all the furniture, we make it look the way we want. The woman wants to make it a home. So when she comes in, she will want to change the decoration. She will want to move this here. She wants to change because she doesn't want it to be like I'm living in your house. She wants it to be like this is our home. And so when you have that kind of a mindset, you understand that when you come into a relationship, regardless of the age, whatever, you got to give leeway. You got to give room for people. But then if you're gonna just go like this is me, this is it, you just do whatever I want, or you walk, come on. That's not how to grow and to learn in relationships. So I think he really has issues he needs to deal with, and that girl's really young to handle his shit. If it's like a older lady, trust me, he won't do all this kind of stuff. If he does that kind of stuff, it's gonna be like real explosive. And might I say, if it's the black sister, trust me, it's not gonna just it's gonna be a bit of so that's just my 2 cents.
Appreciate it, David. Good points. I'm hearing that. PW, have you spoken on this issue? Oh, you spoke already, isn't it? You spoke already on this. Yeah, bro, you know me. Where the money resides, we know I need you. Because I'll be in deep and I'm listening, but I'll just be following around like that. Who hasn't spoken on this particular issue though? Everybody's spoken. Wow, mad.
Yeah, I actually have a question though.
Oh, snap.
Do we think that he may be frustrated with the fact that they have different social views, and maybe because of that he feels he's superior and she's not? I mean, could that be a part of it?
What isn't Eric frustrated with? He's absolutely superior and supremacist in his thinking. It wouldn't matter what she did. I bet if she was doing everything to the letter, he would find something to be frustrated.
I would say that is a byproduct of his political views, because a lot of people who has those political views are very totalitarian, very fascist, very dictatorship-like in their approach to life. So I am not surprised that he treats her this way, and he probably views women as subservient. You know what I mean? If you're conservative to the extent that I think you're conservative too, yeah, you definitely have those side effects.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what I was going. That's kind of what I was going for. That people who are kind of in that group, hardcore, like MAGA fans or whatever. And he seems to be one of those, because every time, like when Virginia was like, "Oh, he's just like my dad," you could tell his face was like, "Yeah," and your dad's on the right side of of social issues. So I think he does have this idea of I'm right, you're wrong. And I think it's permeating into every other aspect of their life. And I think he can't really speak on that because he doesn't want to seem like that guy, but he really is that guy who just feels like I am right. Like, this is how life should be. And you are just, something's wrong with you for not thinking this way, because they're very self-centered. You're right. Purple A. People who think that way are very self-centered, very totalitarian, very me first. And that's how that also translates into like nationalism of like me first. It's really me, everything I care about first. Everything I care about first. Not about you, just me and what matters to me. So I think it's just translating. And that's why he's so quick to say my issues, your issues, because I don't care. He said it. He's like, I don't care about your issue. Lord Jesus, he said, I don't care about your issue. He said it plain as day. I just don't care.
Purple
and I would argue. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like, and just quickly, and Sinead could go. I mean, Callie Caramel.
Girl.
What that mindset that Eric has is completely a byproduct of being a bigot, being a white supremacist. Listen, white supremacy runs deep, y'all. It even messes up their marriages. Okay? You think it's just them being racist and institutionally oppressing us? No, their marriages are effed up because that white supremacist mentality, it spills over and it permeates every aspect of life, okay? That dominating, conquer, I have to be a conquer complex, it is so toxic, and literally we're seeing that unfold.
Eric is trying to get Virginia back on the winning side because she's messing up the program here. Virginia, have you lost your mind? You need to be over here with us, trying to preserve the... I would argue that Eric is very unhappy with himself. Yeah, he may have a great, traditional privilege set up life, but deep down in Eric's core, when he lays his head down on the pillow at night, he ain't happy. He wasn't happy back in his first marriage. That's why he ran that lady off. And that's why people cheat on him. Eric's a very unhappy individual. Sometimes you find that with privileged people. Then they snap and do weird stuff like mass shootings because they had a bad day. He's unhappy within his own self. And he has to find out whatever it is that gives him purpose and fuels him and motivates him. But he's not going to find it in Virginia. He's not going to find it in a child. He's not going to find it out in the friendly skies. He ain't found it yet. He can go out to that hangar as many times as he wants to and get that plane up as many times as he wants to. And we know he went out there on January 6th and took a few friends with him, but that's neither here nor there. He's not happy with himself. Eric is not happy. And I get so irritated by privileged people that be having privileged people problems and not happy about stuff and then want to blame it on everybody else, from the dog to your wife, et cetera, et cetera.
But I will say, it's too many animals on this show.
Way too many.
I am not an animal person. I'm not a dog person, cat person, none of that. So if there's one thing I agree with Chris on, I don't give a dang on about animals, okay? And these animals are causing more issues in the relationship. You got these animals climbing up on the bed when y'all trying to have a serious conversation. Get these animals up out of here. Anything more than 2 legs, I'm like, But that's just me. I just had to say that.
I hear that.
But their relationship with their animals is indicative of the relationships they're having with each other. Perfectly parallel.
They got better relationships with their animals than they do with each other.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. I'm like, you up here loving the dog. What about the human laying right next to you?
But in Virginia's defense, she said she got that dog when she was depressed. So she learned to lean on her dog. It's like an emotional support. Now, like I said, I don't let my dogs get in the bed with me, but I get where she grew that attachment.
But I'm not going to lie to you.
Don't call me in the bed.
I'm sorry.
They're not getting in my bed. Trust me.
Yeah.
Real quick, if she got that dog when she's depressed, I'm a little concerned because the dog is crazy as hell. And she is already anxious and nervous. So y'all two together, I don't know what it accomplished, child, but y'all go ahead.
The dog is her comfort animal, and she hasn't had the stability and kind of soundness of mind to really be able to focus on training the dog. Once Virginia can get herself together, she can focus on nurturing and pouring into the dog. But until then, it's just her comfort animal that she projects onto and thinks that, doesn't argue and doesn't leave her. And so she just loves her dog. But once she gets better, her and the dog will be all right.
I mean, his delivery was wrong, but your dogs are a reflection of you. Because I've been doing this whole live and no one's hurt my dogs. My dogs don't act crazy. They act like me. They're calm. They're cool. They go to bed at 10 o'clock. I don't even have to tell them.
Come on, bedtime.
What? 10. What? 10? Go to bed, sis.
Guys, put them animals in check.
Yes, and they be trying to make me go to bed. They probably looking at me now like, man, who are you talking to?
Any of them call Ryan?
Actually, you're on your own on this one. I can't co-sign that. So, on to the next couple. Baz and Bougie, on your own on that one. I can't co-sign that. So, Baz and Bougie. Anyway, let's go into the next couple. The next couple we're dealing with, thank you guys, that was very thorough. The next couple we're dealing with, guys. Let me get up the next banner. Next couple we're dealing with. Do you know what? Brie and Vincent. We're gonna do a Brie and Vincent. Because as much as I didn't see much problems, there was just something that hit me. I don't know, but maybe you guys saw a bit more and you guys focused on it. Because I think I was more focused on Eric this week. That's why. But Brie and Vincent, £1,000 plus £500. That was the bet that they had. When she said 500, he was like 1,000. But anyway, what do we think about Brie and Vincent in this particular episode? I mean, they look good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. This week, I didn't have any of the heart palpitations. I felt good. I felt like she was laughing genuinely. I felt like she wasn't pressured to laugh. She was genuinely looked like she was, happy to be around him, especially after that bike ride and stuff. So I was actually really, really happy to see them going forward. But I don't know, did you guys see anything different? What's your thoughts on Brie and Vincent? What's our collaborative thoughts there? Who wants to? Who's someone already said they want to go first? Who said that?
That's me.
Okay, go for it. Yep. Sorry.
I didn't see very much on the episode, and this is what my issue was with them last week, was that I'm not seeing much from them. And I'm glad this time that when the show was over, I didn't just turn the channel and move on to whatever else I was doing, because I caught a snippet of the preview where we're finally going to get to a real conversation. And they talk about having kids, and they're not on the same page with that. And so I felt like this would have been great for us to have gotten before now, but whatever, that's, I guess, where they're at with it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that conversation is going to look like, because it seems like they're both very planted on their respective sides of the kids conversation. And I'm nervous for Brie to see how Vincent will handle. It looks like she does not want to have children. So I'm nervous for her about how he's going to respond and how he's going to act to that. But other than that, they're actually kind of boring me at this point, not really serving up too much in the entertainment respect. But, it's okay. They don't have to entertain me, whatever. It's fine.
I'm hearing you.
Can I jump in?
Yes, you did put in a comment there. Yeah, go.
So I thought they were cute this episode, like they usually are. But that does concern me, because I feel like when a couple's too cute, are y'all really getting to the down and dirty? But I definitely I'm still gunning for Brianna and Vincent. I really do hope they make it work, and I hope like the kinks and the issues we were seeing earlier on in the episodes, I really do hope they're able to work through that. However, this episode, and I could be putting 20 on 10, but I'm concerned for finances in the future. And I'll tell you why. The conversation that they had about, I think it was like the dates or whatever, and then like making the best. I don't really remember what it was, because, they were kind of boring. But I really do hope that Vincent doesn't financially take advantage of Brie. And I say this because he made a joke about like, I don't know. I just got some vibes about like
what sugar mama thing?
Like the sugar mama thing. The sugar mama thing. That kind of made me uncomfortable, and it didn't really sit well with me. And we know how well off Brianna is. She's an engineer. She's getting that bread. Vincent, to this day, I still don't know what he does for a living. When people say entrepreneur, I'm like, okay, you're here, you're there. What really does it? What does that money talk? Like, what does it do? So yeah, I'm a little concerned for that, but I could be putting 20 on 10. I don't know what you guys are feeling after that episode. He was talking about, you got to take me out on all these dates. And then she's like, do I got to pay for this? And then he was like, yeah. And I'm like, excuse me?
It's 2021, guys, by the way. So
it is.
Yeah, it's 2021.
As for me in my house.
I mean, y'all wanted the quality, but when it comes to selling out some peas, y'all don't want the quality. You know what I mean?
That's for me in my house. I think we're gonna share financial responsibilities, but I'm hoping that we're really gonna share the responsibilities, and it's not gonna be one person over the other, and especially not the woman over the other, because we know how that dynamic usually works out.
I mean, if you spoil me. Okay. But I definitely agree with you. Actually, I do agree with you. I'm only teasing. Yeah, I hear you on that. Anyone else got a point they wanted to add to a brief visit? I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't have much to add on them. I'll be honest with you. There wasn't much that I saw. So, yes, WTMR.
All right, unpopular opinion alert. Pew, 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 pew. It was cute on the surface, but I don't like Vinny. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Okay, like first of all, all right, let me just go there. I know, don't call me negative. It's cute, but like I'm just gonna have to keep it real. What has he done for Bree that he's like, when are you gonna spoil me? I don't like that. I don't like people slipping what they actually want in jokes. I don't like that. Have an adult conversation. Don't give me the whole nah, I don't like that, because if I don't catch what you're putting down, if I'm not picking it up, then you start getting salty, you know? So he's keeping track of what he's doing for her, expecting something in return. I don't like that. Something about that just seems very petty to me. I mean, and if I were to tie a couple of dots, like when he was talking to his friend the first time Bree like got him mad, the whole Champagne Benny Gates thing, and he was telling his friend like, oh, if it were me, I would treat her this way. I would treat her with kid gloves. That has been in the back of my mind. Like when he was laying in bed and he was talking about all the things that he wanted her to do, I was just like, he's thinking about how he will be treating her, like the boat that didn't go nowhere, like all these things. He's thinking he's doing something and waiting to see what she's going to do for him. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The race was cute, you know, but once again, he let her win. See, dude, if you're gonna compete, just compete and do it. Don't let her win because you're machismo. And then tomorrow, if Bree is being competitive, and let's say you're playing basketball and she whoops you, then you're gonna be like, well, I let you win the last time and you didn't let me win. I don't like it. I don't like it. Like Vincent comes up on the surface to be what Bree wants, but I'm still walking on eggshells, and I'll keep it there.
This is why you have to beat your girlfriends mercilessly at competition, guys. You have to beat them at Scrabble, beat them at FIFA, beat them at races on the bike. Never let them win, guys. You hear this? Never let them win. Do you know why? Because we use against you guys. Yeah? So make sure you beat them. If you can't beat them, you better lose.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Take it back. That's not what I said.
I was sounding a little mad.
That's not what I said.
You need to make sure, guys, you trump them when you compete with them. Do not let them have a foothold. You're playing basketball 21, make sure she gets 0. Make sure she gets 0. When she shoots, you block it.
That's toxic, coach. That's toxic.
And by the way, for our game night, we're taking you down. Uno, taboo, categories, all
I'm ready.
But that's facts. Don't let me win, because I'm trying
and David, you too.
Like,
we already know it. You
exactly. Draw for reverse color change.
Exactly. Because if Bree starts trash talking, you know Benny's gonna be in his feelings.
His heart's gonna be cut.
He's gonna be in his feelings.
Exactly. He definitely is.
Get out of here. Don't do that.
Sorry. Yes, I think it was FB who's next now. FB, are you next? Oh, Bad and Bougie, sorry. Bad and Bougie, isn't it? Bad and Bougie, you're next.
Okay, so I'm with where the money resides. I'm residing right there too, because I'm just thinking like, what is going on with you, Vincent? Vincent has way too much feminine energy, and it's just this episode. It was just like I was drowning in it, and I'm just like, come on, Vincent. Like, I get it. Your mom raised you. Your sister was there as well, but like, no, it's just too much. When he starts talking about where you're gonna take me. Doesn't that sound like, you know, us fantasizing about where our man's going to take us or the things we want? I want you to take me here. How about we're going to go here? How about we're going to do this? How about I want to go here? Like, why do you have to ask permission? Like, you're the man in the relationship. Like, act as you are the man in the relationship. You don't have to ask for permission to go to the zoo. We have to, come on, no. So the feminine energy is just way too much for me. He needs to really, really, really work on that. And it even shows in how Brianna is starting to cover him. Like Brianna covers him a little bit now. Like when they were going for the bike ride, and she wanted ice cream. Obviously, she wanted ice cream, but I'm sure they've had these conversations of where Vinny was like, I want to work out, and he probably doesn't have that motivation, naturally. So Brianna's trying to start this health kick with him and not eat ice cream because she doesn't want to take him to the ice cream place, and then he eats it and then he gains weight, and now they're dancing and he's pissed again because his shirt doesn't fit. Like, it's just this, like, no, Brianna, don't cover him, because it's going to get to a point where he's going to get comfortable in Brianna covering him, and then Brianna's going to have to even cover him more, and then she's not going to have a resting place in her femininity. She won't be able to rest because that masculinity, that energy is going to come out. Number one, we know she has it already. She has that in her because of her achievements, because of the way that her family talks about her being bossy. And now, if he does not step into that space, and Brianna, because she has that in her, she's going to see an empty space and she's just naturally going to fill it. And once she feels it, that's just going to go back to that narration of, oh, you're bossy. No, I'm not bossy. You weren't manning up. You weren't doing what you were supposed to do. And I had to do it. So I bossed up. So that's not bossy. And that's where their issue is going to start if he does not clock the fact that he needs to man up a little bit more and really fill that shoes as the man of the house. Right now it's cute. Okay, because right now there's lust, there's infatuation, it's new D, new V, they're enjoying each other in the bed. But once that fades, she's gonna get tired of having to watch what she says about Vinny, what is it? Champagne Vinny. Like, get over it. You spilled champagne, I called you Champagne Vinny. Get over it. Like, move on. Don't cry me a river over that. It's gonna be too much and she won't be able to handle it. And it would either break her or it would harden her to a point where either way, it's not going to work. So for me, I worry about them. I'm not impressed by them. I think they look cute. And I think because they look cute and they're so beautiful as a couple, people are just infatuated by that in the same way that they're infatuated with each other, because there's nothing there. There's no depth for me when it comes to their relationship.
They're love bombing us.
They're love bombing us and each other. But the thing about it is, you can't love bomb me because I see through you, Vinny. You don't have enough masculine energy to keep me engaged. He just does not have it. And Brianna's gonna need that because Brianna is a very self-assured, very accomplished woman. She's not gonna want to be the man in the relationship all the time. She said it herself. She said, I want to come home, put my feet up, and rest in my femininity. And if you have more feminine energy than me, that means I have to take up the masculine energy because I'm not like you. Vincent is the kind that will let the house crumble. Brianna's not going to let the house crumble. If she needs to step up, she will have to step up. And then that's going to be a problem because now you're going to be crying, talking about she's too bossy. Man up. I'm not convinced.
Do y'all think they're going to work out?
I think they're going to work out for as long as Brianna allows it.
Which is forever, so thank God.
Yeah, they're gonna work out for as long as what is going on works for them. They're gonna work out.
She'll always adapt.
Yeah. Huh?
She'll always adapt. That's what she does. She just adapts. That's what she says she does. So she'll mold and just adapt.
But then she's gonna become resentful, and resentment sows a seed of like bitterness in a relationship that is not going to last. It's not going to last. She's going to get to a point where she's going to turn into somebody that he probably won't even recognize because of that resentment that is just brewing. That's what's going to happen with them, and they're going to implode.
At the same time, she said something that, to me, I think might speak to why she might stay in this relationship. She said she never had a man be kind to her. And when she said that, I said, well, if that's all you're needing, sis, shoot. Vinny's good enough. Sis, don't even look further. That's the only qualification. Don't even look further. He's brilliant. Yeah. He's amazing.
She has said that a few times, and as sad as that is, I understand exactly what she's saying. You know, she mentioned that she prioritized looks in the past, and I do get the impression that in the past she has been a person, you know, her her roommate was like, you're extremely particular and extremely stubborn about how you like your things to sort of like be. You know, I have friends like that where it's like, I need to walk into the apartment and it looks a certain way, just to, like as a calming thing, as a reassuring thing. And I think that she probably used to have that in her relationship, because how are you constantly so attracted to your boyfriends, but they're not nice to you? That's sad. So, you know, the gratitude that she feels for Vinny is carrying him a long way. She said something this episode, you know, yes, the sitting on Santa's lap and giving out the long laundry list of, and I want to go snowboarding and I want to go to the zoo and I want to have a vacation and I want to do, like, that was kind of like, okay. And then he said that all her dates would be in the home. Depending on how much she makes and depending on how, if he's showing steady growth in his business, he seems to be the type that can sort of make a cheap date or kind of like a thoughtful, inexpensive present work. I mean, the little cheese tasting, get to know you game, that bike looked like it probably wasn't more than, $100 or so, teaching her Spanish. These things can be fulfilling enough if he's not demanding $10,000, annual trips and things like that. But I was just, when she said something like, well, that's why I'm glad we're combining bank accounts, I said, girl, slow your roll. Okay. Don't be so quick to put his name on your bank accounts. And don't be so quick to have your credit score tied to his financial habits. I don't know that you know enough about him yet to be doing that. See, it's in such a, microcosm of a world that these people think that 31 days is a long time. It's not. It is not a long time. So I think you should just relax on that a little bit, see how things go, see how, you like each other in 6 months. Matter of fact, maybe a year. Let's see how this LLC setup is working with his business. Is it an S Corp? What are the taxes like? Let me see them papers. You know what I mean? I just need people to be asking these real questions. And that's the thing, like Bad and Bougie said, like Kylie Caramel said, and everyone else, like, where are the real substantive conversations, the uncomfortable ones, the ones where we really have to get into the details of things? What is weekly life going to look like financially when we're not trying to impress each other, when we're just hanging out, but then it's like Saturday night and I don't feel like cooking and you don't either? Can we afford to order food? Like, y'all need to have real conversations, because that's the type of stuff that will slowly ebb away. And like, I don't, yes, the cheese plate is cool, but like if I overdrafted yesterday at the grocery store, I'm gonna have an attitude regardless of the cheese plate. So, they got to get to it. And I hope that they do.
Appreciate that, Assassin, as always, coming correct. Sorry, I lost track of who was next on here. Who's next to go? Apologies, I lost track of it. See, this is why I have where the money resides. She'd be doing all this stuff for me, covering me in that. You know what I mean? I should delegate as a leader. You know what I'm saying? Delegate.
Wow. Wow. Look at you just watching me, just making me, just trying to gas me up. It's not gonna work.
Buddy you up, man. I'm a buddy you up. Yes, Purple Lady, you going next? Sorry if I've missed the person who was meant to go next, because I lost my track.
I don't know who is supposed to go next, but I do have something to say about this whole situation.
Okay.
Vincent, I think that this whole situation, we know that Vincent really cares about getting Brianna's approval. Like, he wants to impress her, So him talking about the date on the boat, him asking her, okay, like, how did you feel about it? He wanted her to like gas him up and really sing his praises, And so when he asked her, like, what was your favorite part about the date? She said, oh, it was the movie, which actually had nothing to do with what he did on the date, right? So I feel like that was
Hold on a minute. You better read back. That was a point right there. I just caught it just now. It just sunk in and it just registered again. You want to come again, Purple Lady? Just say what you just said again.
So remember when they were doing a little pillow talk, right? And they were talking about the date on the boat that he set up and everything. And he asked her, what was your favorite part of the date? And, they were really talking about the date. She even said, like, how hard was it? And he went down this whole like resume about how hard it was for him to put this date on. Like, he was calling folks and, making reservations and, all this stuff. Then after saying all that, he asked her, what was your favorite part of the whole date? And she said something that was completely else from anything that had to do with, what he did on that day. So I felt like that was a little bit of a missed opportunity on Brianna's part to just reinforce him a little bit. But I think that is part of her just feeling like, I think it's subconscious, obviously, but I think she subconsciously doesn't, is not impressed with him. And I think where the money resides said this like kind of a while back. She's looking for something to respect inside of him, and he's not bringing it. He's not bringing it. Part of it is the feminine energy. He comes with a lot of feminine energy. It just is what it is. And Vincent, honestly, I hear you and I feel you, but you got to bring that masculinity to the situation because, she has a little testosterone up in there. She does. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with Vincent. I think they're a little bit of a bad match, honestly. Their personalities don't really jive together. There are some women who would work better with Vincent, and there are some men who would work better with Bree. But I think he just doesn't have the grit, like I was saying a few lives ago. But yeah, I think he really cares about her approval. He wanted her approval, and it's not quite all the way there. Now I do think that they still have a chance of making it. As you said, Christian bad boy, that she adapts. She peeps the situation, she adjusts. And that's part of her calculatedness, a little bit of that masculine energy coming through again. She's like, all right, like he's not really, all that, all of that. So I'm gonna have to pick up the slack in these areas. And she's doing that. She's doing it gracefully. So I kind of applaud her for that, a little bit. She's not like blowing it up in his face. She's still walking on eggshells, though, as a result. As a result of that, she's constantly going to be, tiptoeing around his feelings, and then his whole laundry list of like, yeah, this is what I want to do and everything. This is what I want you to do. He was doing a little bit of a tit for tat because I think, after basically her saying that it was the video that like was her favorite part, he was like, well, I want you to do all this stuff for me because he feels like I bought you a bike. I took you to all of this. I did all of this for you and you're still not impressed. So now I want you to try to impress me. I feel like that's really what that was. It was a very tit for tat type of a situation. And hey, it is what it is. But, at the end of the day, Vincent, like, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know. Like, I feel like he needs to come with a little bit more like, I don't know. He not quite there. Like, I don't know. I see you where the money resides. I don't like to speak on his, money situation because honestly, I don't know how much money he has. He's clearly been spending money on her, stuff like that. So I'm not going to say he's broke necessarily. I don't know what it is, but I think that personality wise, he just needs to bring more masculinity, you know? You already know what I mean by that. So
thank you, Purple Aid. HB, Hood Bouget, talk to us, sis.
Ooh, listen. Unlike Build-A-Bear, I'm not trying to build a man. So Champagne Vinny is starting to feel like a project to me. And he need to take off those pink panties and man up. When he was reading off that Christmas list, it sounded like a little kid. I was like, what kind of list is this? She was like, are these dates or just like what? Like the stuff he was asking her for, I was not feeling that. I'm like, come on, even if he was joking, I was like, we not about to start that off. And I love them. I think they're cute, but Vincent, he the type of guy to have your credit messed up at the end because you're trying to build him up. You trying to help. He just feel like a project. He's starting to feel, I just didn't like how he was asking for those expensive things. They were not dates. Those was like your childhood dreams. Disney World was the first one. That's all I gotta say. He felt like Build-A-Bear.
David, you're the last. I mean, can you defend Vinny a little bit here? He's getting chopped and screwed left, right, and center, bro. Can you defend the brother a little bit, or no?
Wow, it's kind of hard to defend, bro. I'll give it a shot. Oh my god!
Freaking twat! Sorry, it's a moth.
What was that?
It's a moth.
Bad boy, you sure you're a bad boy? That was
listen. A bad boy can also be scared of moths, guys.
The
internet heard it. Do you not see the moth?
Screaming,
do you not see the moth? It was mad. Do you not see the moth?
It was bad and bougie.
It was mad.
Wow.
No. Do you not see the moth?
Purple
Do you not see the moth?
He is not gonna fight for a man.
You already know I ain't. Okay, I can't get this messed up. You know what I'm saying?
Won that fight right there.
If he gets smacked,
I'm arresting my femininity in that case. But go on, guys. Yeah.
Okay, then.
We're fighting for
A
you.
moth. I just want to let that settle in. A moth.
Listen, y'all don't play as a moth. You lot are playing around. You acting like when it comes around, you're gonna be standing there. It's a moth. Listen, it was a moth. It got me in my
All
feelings.
those muscles, Kojo. All those muscles.
Have you ever tried to punch him off?
You put them minerals in. You're like,
Have you not tried to punch him off before? It don't work, bro. It doesn't work like that.
Have you tried to punch a moth?
Hey, it's not my finest moment, but listen, I don't play
Can you
moths.
do that every time you do? We got the minerals. We got the minerals.
Y'all are not right. I'm literally dying.
oh, no.
Hey, you lot got me good. Hey, listen, I'm gonna take that. I deserve that. I'm not gonna lie to you because I would do it to you lot. So I take that.
Yes.
I would take that.
When I
It's my turn.
butchered
I'm gonna
that
take it.
stuff, you were on me.
You would.
You lot got me back good. I ain't gonna lie. You got me.
Yes, you would.
Like, come on, those sisters in Black Church and to get another Holy Ghost.
Yo, stop playing, man. All right, I'm ready, bro. Listen, hey, if you see me scream, go for David.
Okay. So firstly, I think I like to give them credit. I decided to go last because I don't really have much to say on them. But I like to give them credit because I think they're one of the few couples who are really trying on the show. And when I say trying, I mean like they're trying to make it work. You know, like we got people who are not giving the D. We've got people who are like not willing to change. We got people who are, but these guys are like taking it one step at a time, trying to make it better. You know, like they spoke to him, he tried to tone it down, and they spoke to her about being bossy. She also like, so I think I give it to them for that. And then I think sometimes that when we watch these reality shows, sometimes because they're supposed to be entertaining and drama filled, it's like watching a Tyler Perry movie. If there's none of that, we feel like, man, these guys are boring, Joe. Like, I want some drama, I want some action. But like sometimes, like, it's just okay for there to be like normal stuff. Like, it's not every, because they've had their issues. Like they've had the whole salsa dancing, they've had the whole, so it's not like they don't have issues, but like sometimes like things are just normal. So like just enjoy the normal episode and keep it pushing. But I think like obviously they have things to work on. I mean, definitely you can't push that aside. They have things to work on, but and then with the money thing, hey, some women like simple things, so like I just said, just defending a brother, if he just can do some little things for her, make her smile, make her happy, don't gotta buy a Louis Vuitton every time, just make a cup of coffee, make her happy. Little things sometimes they go a long way. And I think like if you have a lady who's like sort of bossy and has that kind of um masculine energy like that, sometimes if you're in a relationship and you're dating, you got to find a way to sort of normalize and kind of stand your ground and put things in a way. But sometimes if you're in a marriage, sometimes I think sometimes some guys tend to like, okay, she's a bit front footed, she's a bit masculine, she's a bit bossy, let me kind of reel it back. And because like trust me, there's some families you go to where the mom is like in front of everything, but we know that the dad is the one that is in charge. Like you can go and ask mommy, and mommy is like the one in front, but mommy will go back and ask daddy, like, daddy, we want to do this. Do you approve? But in the public, it's like mommy is the one in charge and stuff like that. So some people's dynamics is like that as well. So you might just feel like, what, my wife is like very front footed and all these things, and we've been having issues. Let me kind of move back a bit and, not kind of being loggerheads with her and we're competing and stuff like that. So I think that's like part of the whole kind of dynamics. But obviously they've got issues they need to work on and get better. So yeah.
Thank you, David. Well, masculinity is all gone tonight, boy. Thank you, David. Yes, guys. That was Bree and Vincent, guys. That was a nice little roundup. I like that, guys. If you're in the chat, make sure you're liking the chat as well. Leave a comment as well in the comment section. Enjoy yourselves tonight. We are talking now with Haley and Jacob. Haley and Jacob. I think we should keep it short. I don't think there's much to say on them, is there? Really? Is there much to say on there? There ain't much to say on this week. There wasn't much that really happened this week. I don't remember seeing much. But if anybody has a like good like something that they saw that maybe we all missed or whatever, please let us know. Like anybody have some good? Oh yeah, go for it. Where the money resides.
I like the go kart.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah,
that was really cool. You could see Haley just like let her hair down. You could see that. Jacob even liked to see that. Like that was actually cute. I think Jacob is also over it. I think he's just over the whole process. I think Jacob is in a place where he's like, I'm just here so I don't get fined kind of thing. Because Haley's talking about, I feel like I've been interrogating you this whole time. And she's just like, are we still trying to get to know each other? Like, is this still a thing? Haley's talking about, trying to build some kind of connection. I don't know how much it's for the cameras to put her in like a good light and how much is like genuine. But you can tell that Jacob is over it. He does, speaking of animals, he does love her dog. Like he has won the dog over. Like, he loves her dog. But, you know how like earlier on in the season, we talked about them not really connecting and then Jacob laying the pipe and that not helping things. In fact, it just escalated everything. I feel like Haley then did the reverse and cooked some food. And Jacob was like, the Brussels sprouts. It was a hot, rubbery mess.
Was that what was in the oven?
Them Brussels sprouts were struggling.
The Brussels sprouts were struggling. Like Jacob was like, "Oh, this is what I'm fighting for." Oh no, we're not doing this. This is not what we're doing. Jacob was like, "I want my eggs and steak. I don't want this no more. I don't want forget the vegetables. This is the vegetable life. Eggs and steaks. Thank you very much." Like he was not having it.
Brussels sprouts in the oven.
Where the money resides. Did you see the mound of cow that was on his plate?
Like,
did you catch all that meat.
Did he have meat on there? I didn't even see his plate.
Yeah, he had meat. He had a lot of meat.
I just remember seeing the Brussels sprouts in the oven.
Of meat. And then the Brussels sprouts was off to the side, but you couldn't see the Brussels sprouts because he had most of the cow was on his plate. And then Haley had the little slab of salmon, real basic and simple.
It's a hot mess, but it was cute. And somehow at this point, to me, they're comedic relief at this point for me. Like they're not. I can't even call them toxic. I think we've crossed that bridge into like comedic relief. I wasn't watching Maps Unfiltered. I caught up today, and I have to say, like, I'm not Team Jacob from the way Lola is, like, or Adjoa, where they're like he's attractive. I'm more so Team Jacob because, like, I can see Jacob as being a friend. Like he is in my mind. Sorry, Didi, you're out there somewhere. He is funny to me in my mind, and Jacob is also that kind of person. Like Jacob's realness, his honesty, his forthrightness is not characteristic of the people who look like him in the Caucasian culture. They're more like Eric. They're more like, more passive aggressive. And Jacob is just like, Chris, that's trash. He's an asshole. He's just like, even the way he sits, So Unfiltered combined with the actual like show itself, Jacob has won me over. He's clashing with Haley because his way of interacting is not in line with the culture that Haley's used to, that passive aggressive, because Haley, she speaks passive aggressive fluently. And Jacob is just like, what is this? Like, can we just be real? So I hate to say this because I really cringe when people do say this. I do think Jacob would do well with a Black woman. I hate to say it, not like a Black woman will save him or anything, but they would just speak each other's language in terms of just being very on the up and up, being very forthright. You're not guessing.
Paige and Jacob?
No. Excuse me.
No.
Why not Paige and Jacob?
Because
she wants that Black
man.
Because
I feel like because I feel like Jacob, like Paige would be like, the Lord sent you, and Jacob would be like, no, he didn't. Like Jacob would be like, he would keep it too real. Jacob would be like, yeah. Jacob would be like, no, I'm just horny. How about that? Like, like that's the kind of, that's where Jacob comes from. Paige be trying to spiritualize everything, and Jacob, Paige, like, I don't want to fast forward, but Paige's brother's facial expression when Paige was like talking all passionate and Paige's brother was just looking, that would be Jacob in a Paige-Jacob dynamic. Like he would just be like, what is all this? What are you talking about? Yeah.
He just needs a Ghanaian woman, like a Ghanaian woman to try to
Well, you're taking him. You're taking him home,
would
right?
be brilliant for him.
You're taking him home. Right?
Of course.
All right.
And I don't know if he saw me, but like I was fixing my hair.
I peeped it, honey.
Because I know he saw you probably.
Let him know.
He's probably watching.
You're watching this live.
I was watching this live.
I'll be honest.
He definitely won't watch the other parts, but he'll definitely watch his.
Be honest. The moment you pull out jollof rice, Jacob will run for the
Listen.
When you put the meat in there, though.
You just have to put a lot of meat in
Meat's in there.
The meat should be more than the rice.
Okay. You saw the Brussels sprouts. You changed that for meat.
Brussels sprouts for what? For what? You don't even grow it in Ghana. Why would come here? I will show you. Brussels sprouts, please.
I can't believe she put Brussels sprouts in the oven. I'm actually still flabbergasted by that. That was actually Brussels sprouts.
She said
I thought it was some green thingy.
She said that
was her specialty.
She was trying to roast
Brussels sprouts in the oven.
Yeah, she was trying to roast them.
Roasted Brussels sprouts.
Yeah.
Can anybody vouch for that? Has anybody done that before?
They sell that at restaurants.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
I mean, it's
In
a
what
thing,
restaurant?
but I wouldn't hang my hat on it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Exactly.
My one side dish.
Like if you're trying to take me to like the cooking Olympics, I'm not showing up with my oven roasted Brussels sprouts. But then again, I'm not Haley either. Let me just say this really quick because I don't really have nothing about them. When Haley said to him, should we plan another fight soon? I was like, now see, why did you have to do that? Why did you have to go there? And I was kind of waiting for Jacob to respond back with like, well, should I pencil you in for playing the victim and busting out in Karen tears too? But he didn't come through. But I was like, don't let her jump petty like that. Like call her out on that stuff. Other than that, womp womp on Haley and Jacob. But I did find it interesting how Jacob seemed to interact very nicely with Bree at the little couples day.
Well,
I said, no, ain't this interesting? Haley talking about he just doesn't talk, he doesn't give me anything. I said, well, he sure is being friendly to Bree.
That's what the money resides. Says the black man. Oh, before you go play FB, sorry, it's HB. Sorry, it's HB. Apologies, my bad.
Oh, sorry. So I don't know. I froze up. Hello. Okay. So with Jacob, what got me was when he was eating that steak last week, and he was giving her the business. When you could eat a steak and give somebody the business, I was like, I'm for it. So he finally took their power and was like, girl, go somewhere, because you average at best, and you trying to clown me like I'm just garbage. So when I think from Haley's point, she one of those girls that once you turn her down or you just pay her no attention, then she all in. Because you see this week now she a different person. So he had to reject her to make her start trying to feel him. But she was all like, well, she was different. So I think it was the rejection that changed her attitude this week. But he's still not feeling her. He over it. But we're gonna give him your number, Bad and Bougie. Put it in.
Thank you.
We'll get you over there, no worries. FB.
I'm seeing Jacob too.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, I'm not even hating on that. Listen, ladies, I think you should go for it. Do you know what I mean? I think you should go for it. Someone needs to, because you know.
Yeah. So similar to Callie, I thought that the conversation where she basically tried to blame him for the argument that they got into, even though that argument was just him explaining, like, you keep saying you're trying and I'm not, and these are all of the ways why you are full of absolute crap. Like, no, you aren't trying. You're pretending to try and doing it terribly. So yeah, that was the fight that they had. So she basically was saying she was rewriting history to, one, be the victim, and two, add to the narrative that she is trying very hard and he is the one making it difficult. That way, when they get to the reunion, she can explain all of these ways. So I tried there and you started a fight, and then I did this and you didn't, and you were bringing up old stuff and blah, blah, blah. She's creating a narrative because she knows how this is going to go, and it's not going to go well. The only thing that I had to, for her anyway, the only thing that I wanted to kind of point out about them is production is so shady. Did you see how at the men's meetup, when Eric was kind of going on and on about how Virginia's dog is such a problem and Virginia is being so separate, they kept cutting to Jacob. And Jacob's face was looking like, yeah, I bet. Yeah. Like, Jacob has been peeping all of these trash dudes the entire time. And he was very measured in how he gave feedback. But I really wanted him to go in. I really wanted him to do that. But I know that men, that's not necessarily how men interact. They don't necessarily put their whole foot into somebody else's business. But you see, Eric is just a little weasel, and Jacob called it out. And production knows it too. And I just thought that was very funny. Like, Jacob actually does have social skills. He's very socially intelligent. The way he chooses to utilize that is not mainstream. But the skills are still there. He's just like one of those, like, I don't like every type of piano player. I don't like every type of jazz. You know what I mean? But I can still recognize that you're a highly trained musician and that you're very skilled, even if I don't like the particular style that you execute. And that's really what it is with Jacob. All of the skills are there. He just filters them through this 80s bodybuilder, home rehab guy who also happens to be 38. Let's not discount that fact either. He is much older than everyone on the show. He is 10 years older than Haley. It's just completely different.
Thank you. Bad and Bougie, if you could give us your rendition of how you believe that Jacob could be one of the men that you could date, that would be very helpful for the rest of the panel, because even though FB sold it, I still didn't buy it. So go for it.
Okay, but it's okay. It's not for everybody.
It's really not.
It's really not. It's okay. Because, I mean, I get that a lot of people can't understand how you can live with someone who eats as much meat and as much onions as he does. But when you love someone and you build a relationship, it transcends the smells and the scents and the odors that are going to be oozing out your pores. It just transcends that, because you start to build a bond, and maybe I can start eating some more meat too. So then I can't even smell my own funk, and I wouldn't be able to smell his either. So, yeah, y'all just hating. It's okay. I see y'all. Y'all just hating. But the one thing that I want to say though is that It's amazing how Jacob just peeps every BS. He just peeps, like, that's the thing that I'm just like, yes, he peeps everybody's BS. And the thing that's beautiful about him is he actually chooses when to give energy to that BS. Not everybody has that ability to do that. And that's beautiful. That's straight beautiful. Beautiful. Another thing I want to say also is that Where the Money Resides mentioned that Haley was extra, like she was kind of giving a little bit more energy because the girl is happy it's about to be over. That's what it is. She's like, what? 21 more days? That's it? Yes. That's where the happiness is coming from. She's happy it's about to be over so she can get out of this because it's the longest first day she's ever been in. She can't run. She can't hide. And 21 days, she knows she's not going to be with this man anymore. So she's excited. And you know what? I'm all here for it because Jacob doesn't want to be with her either. Jacob is done. Jacob's decision day was when they were sitting there at the table eating dinner at the winery. That was his decision day. He was done. He said, I'm just counting the days and I will walk from here. You don't have to see me ever again. You don't want to give me a hug? A hug? Okay, I'm done. So Haley's just trying to, like F-Boy Assassin said, Haley is just trying to change the narrative a little bit because right now what it is you didn't want to give him a chance and he's done with you. But he wants, she wants to change it so that it looks like she's trying to give him a little bit of play, but no, he wasn't. She was not. She's not trying to give him play, and it's all right because Jacob doesn't want you either. So you could pack your Karen traveling edition bag and keep it moving.
Like it. Okay. Very good. Very good. Anybody else want to contribute towards Jacob and Haley? Shoot. If not, we're going to we're gonna end it on Paige and Chris finally. You understand? Yeah. Yeah.
Can I just say
okay.
That Jacob is so dry. Okay, he's dry. Like needs lotion on that whole personality dry. Like when they were at the race car or whatever, she won, whatever. She was talking her little trash. He had no reaction. I'm like, can I go to sleep now? So like I just feel like Jacob, like you're
could
not
be 4 men up
yourself.
though.
He needs a lot of help. He's not doing himself any favors, But at the same time, I'm neither Team Haley nor Team Jacob nor none of them. Both of them ain't my cup of tea, okay? Haley, she is an avoider, okay? Because they have a little disagreement or argument, she wants to focus on the fact that there's a disagreement happening and not the actual point of the disagreement. And so she avoids and she doesn't like to have real conversations. And she tries to act like, he's the problem and everything. But it's like, Haley, take some accountability. Okay? Like, you are out here moving mad. And, Jacob, he's not really able to play your little beat around the bush games. So he's going to call you out on that. And that's one thing I do like about Jacob, to be honest. But other than that, like his personality is just like, yo, like you're not really doing yourself any favors. If the punani is what you want, you ain't getting it. Because the way you approach the whole apparatus is just like lacking the suave that we need. Okay? It is what it is. Yeah, I can't help you because you're not getting it. You're not getting it. And Haley, she's not helping him help her, So they're a bad match. Like, that's really all I have to say. I just feel like, with Haley continuing to like just disregard what he's really trying to say in these arguments, because y'all need to have these tough conversations, because Haley, you're not perfect and you are doing some shady stuff. You are. And for you to constantly just focus on the fact that, oh, another argument happened, you're disregarding his feelings. And that's abusive all in itself. So now Jacob is like the Paige of this relationship, and Haley is the Chris. I mean, isn't that really ironic, you know? But it is, you know? So I can't vouch for either one, but I think Haley is the common denominator of like all the issues here. But still, Jacob, get a different diet, get a different personality, and you'll be good. Because he's not ugly. You know, he's not like ugly. But for me, like personality can make you look ugly, you know. But, you know, hopefully he gets the picture after this. Seeing himself on camera, you know, seeing himself interact and stuff like that. Hopefully he'll figure it out. But I don't know.
I guess you can't win them all, Jacob. No worries. There's still some out there who love you. So, talking about obviously rounding up the trip now, we are going to Paige and Chris. We're going to end it on these lovely couple. Paige seems to have learnt. She seems to have seemingly learnt. Maybe I'm jumping too soon. But it seems like she managed to express that maybe she's fallen in love with the idea, and she got 2 therapists, guys. And she got 2 therapists. You know how wavy that is. You know what I'm saying? She must be on the right path.
She got some good insurance.
She does. You know, so I'm trying to get on that still.
I just talked to a therapist today, and she said that you can't have 2 therapists at the same time unless it's for separate issues. So Paige is on some straight shenanigans because I have a therapist on standby, but she's not following whatever the therapist, her 2 therapists are telling her. But, and then on the Unfiltered, she was talking about going to the tarot reader. So, girl, that's what really had me questioning her walk at that point. Because when she said that she was good, I'm sorry?
What did she say? Wait, hold on.
Okay, so on Filtered, before the show came on, they was talking about the tarot reading from the previous week when Haley them went or whatever. And they was like, would you try that Paige? And she was like, yeah, I think I would need that. So in the Christian walk, you do not go see a tarot reader. So at that point, I was like, Paige just goes with the flow, whatever is happening. So I was like, a tarot reading? But I was up under the couch like, girl, no, get your Bible, read it. I was looking for the scripture like, Paige, let me text this to you. No, honey. Check it out, Unfiltered from this last episode. She was like, oh, yeah.
I can't see the episodes, unfortunately.
I said I don't trust Paige. She goes with the flow. So she's fooling y'all this week that I just think that she's just saying what her 2 therapists said. Or where did she find these therapists? Because I did think about it. I'm like, when I went to go with my therapist, you have to fill out paperwork. And they ask you all these questions. So how do you have 2 therapists? One can't do the job. That's like having 2 boyfriends, 2 wives. She just said that for TV.
David, you sorry because I cut you off on the last one. David's going to go first in this one, or second. David, what's your thoughts on Paige and Chris then?
Oh yeah, it's interesting that
sound good,
the whole tarot reader, the whole tarot reader thing. I'm like, girl, sort of putting things into perspective. Why you're in this whole situation.
Wait, you need to back the mic. It's just a bit heavy. We're hearing every molecule of breath. So just give us a little bit of a backup, bro. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah,
girls are killing me today, boy. Go on, sir.
I've heard some ladies like that. That
the breath. I hear you. They need to hear the breath. Give them the breath. Go on, sir.
A breath of life. Okay, on a serious note, I think that whole tarot reader is just like some crazy stuff. But on a real, I think the whole point of Paige actually meeting with her family, I think, really helped put things in perspective. The Bible says, in the midst of many counsels, there is safety, and I think she got some counsel from family, and that really kind of is making us see this Paige that is like, you know what, he did me dirty, I don't like it, and I'm done. And now we can go into talking about, maybe if he calls her up tomorrow and say a few nice words, maybe you get the draws again. I don't know, but But I think the whole conversation with the family is kind of made her sort of open her eyes and see, like, and I really like the conversation with her brother because, like, even though he started out by responding with the whole Bible thing and, you went through all these so that blah 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 is gonna be good afterwards and all that stuff. I think I really like the fact that he then encouraged her and told her, you're a fighter, you're strong, you can do this, not do this with Chris and all that, but you've got something better in front of you. And to me, that's like sort of what you want from like people in your corner to sort of encourage, because we can all talk about Paige and all the stuff she did, but we've all done dumb stuff before. I mean, some women have said on this panel before they've been Pages before in their life. So as much as we want to go bashing and all that stuff, we just have to reflect on the fact that we've all been there before at some point. It might not be exactly the same, but we've all been there, and we're sort of like at this phase where like we know better now, so we can do better and things like that. I mean, there's no point. I don't want to go into like bashing Paige and talking about how he did that wrong, because that's obvious to all of us, and we talk about it every show and all that. But I think the only thing I can just wish for her is that she takes some time to heal after this whole process, because obviously guys will be hitting her up, and people will be trying to be the I'm not Chris, I'm gonna treat you right and whatever kind of stuff. And girl, you need to really heal and get delivered and get refreshed, get some prayer warriors around you, and get some help so you really start afresh on a clean slate and actually go forward. Because I think she's going to be an awesome wife to someone. She's really committed to the process. She's a sort of, you can almost say, a little bit of that Southern woman. I mean, she didn't cook for Chris and whatever on the show and all that stuff, but I think she's that kind of invested person. So I think she would really be a wonderful wife to someone, but she just needs to meet the right person. And if the whole tarot reader stuff is for real, I think she obviously needs to maybe all the toxic fate that Kojo talks about, maybe she needs to look into that as well and get herself straight. And, yeah, but I mean, I can just wish her best and hope that she finds the right guy and move forward.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much. We just want to be able just to invite our sister onto the stage right now, our prayer warrior of the session night. Prayer warrior, we want you to come on the stage and just give us your ministration today.
So, you know who's on the top of my prayer list tonight, y'all?
Better not say me, boy.
Oh, you on there. But at the very top is Chris's mom, because she's a clown. She gives me clown vibes, and I'll tell you why. When Chris told her, that the relationship's not going to work out anymore and we're going to go our separate ways, is it me or did she chuckle? And did she have like a smirk, joking air about her, like the whole scene that they were talking to each other? She made me very uncomfortable. And I can see where Chris has inherited his goofy, and not in a comical way, like you make me laugh kind of thing. Almost like you're silly and it's kind of sad. I don't get good vibes from that mom. I don't get that she's genuinely concerned that she tries to portray herself to be. I think she's just as bad spirited as Chris is. I'm sorry. I don't get an authentic bone in her body at all. So yeah, Chris's dad is creepy. Chris's mom is a clown, and Chris is just a mixture of the two. That's my opinion. Paige. And I'm singing a different tune tonight. Like before I had sympathy, I had all the, love and pity in the world for Paige, but I don't think she's as innocent as she's portraying herself to be. And I'll tell you why. I think when Chris revealed to us that she does not answer his calls like off air, I kind of did question that. I kind of did question her motives. Like she's always whispering and saying, oh, God has ordained this process for the better, and I'm sticking in. And it's just like, okay, but so you can't just be stupid when the cameras roll, and then when the cameras are not rolling, you're not taking this guy's call. So clearly you know something's wrong. You know something's up. Something does not sit well with me, and I might sound like I'm reaching to some people, but I don't trust the situation at all. I don't trust it. I do think Paige wanted to have a marriage. I do think she idealizes marriage and what have you, but I don't think she's as naive as she's leading us on to be. That's another thing. Two, I am happy she had this coming to Jesus moment. She said on this episode what a lot of us have been saying for weeks now. However, I'm not gonna praise her until I see her actually gone, right? Chris is the one that said he's divorcing Paige, not the other way around. She just said, oh, we're done, because you have no other choice but to say that. He said he's divorcing you. So I'm happy that you're saying out loud, finally, what we've all been thinking, but I'm gonna need to see a little bit more from Paige, right? And this is not to give anyone a spoiler alert, but I've been hearing the streets talk, and I don't know.
Hey, I've avoided the spoilers. Prayer warrior. I've avoided the spoilers. I've avoided the spoilers. My friend. Stay in the spirit. Stay in the spirit, girl. Stay in the spirit. You're coming out of the spirit right now. You're operating in the flesh.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. But I'm not trusting this until I see both feet out of the door, down the steps, down the block, in another city, right? Because let's be real. If Chris calls again saying, "Hey, let's meet up to talk. Let's get closure. Let's reimagine this thing." I see Paige hopping in her car, driving over to have a sit down with this man. So I don't know. I don't trust the situation. I'm over it. They kind of, at this point, what are we watching y'all for? Y'all need to just film separately. This is like pitiful at this point. So
we want to thank you for the administration by Prayer Warrior. She almost let the Holy Spirit speak beyond what it needed to. Okay, but you had control of the utterance, and we thank you for that. Thank you, sis. Ooh. Yes. It's FB, and then it can be CC. Sorry, FB then CC. My bad. FB, please step to the batting.
So, I just feel like for the whole season, which has felt like an eternity, we have bashed Paige for being stupid, not taking control of her own agency, not valuing herself, running behind this man. And, unfortunately, getting out of the types of situations that Paige was in with Chris, emotionally abusive, being taken for granted, constant rejection. Getting out of that is not pretty, but she has gotten out of it one way or another. And she is claiming for herself that she wants to value herself. She noted that, her cup was a little emptier than she thought. But, the future is bright. Whether or not that's true, whether or not she's just trying to speak that into existence, if we're going to be on her for not doing it and not saying these things, like, can she get some props for actually getting to this point? Sure. It took her a long time. You know what I mean? She was not in a fast heat. You know what I'm saying? She was slow with it, but at the same time, she's getting there. And that's all we can really ask of her at this moment. Like, when Chris tried to say, I called you all these times, you didn't pick up the phone. You ghosted her for like a week after you tried to get back with her. Like nothing that he says is real. Even if there's a little bit of truth to that, maybe she has 5 missed calls. I think she talked about it on that same Unfiltered where she said that she would go to a tarot card reader. She was saying like, I had to stop until, something about, I don't know. She basically said like for her mental health and well-being, she stopped taking his calls, which we all would advocate for. Why would you continue talking to him? You need to be reaching a point where you're done with him. It's like, I don't know. I think that like with Paige, I don't think that she can really win at all with the audience. So she's kind of in a position where she's damned if she does, damned if she doesn't. at the end of the day, she already made such a mess of things that the only thing she can do is just try to get out. So I'm happy for her that she's doing that. I completely agree with our resident prayer warrior. Chris's mom does not show well. She pretended to hold Chris accountable while they were eating. And then she comes to the camera making excuses for him and trying to explain away his nonsense, his F-boyisms. No, the mark is still right between the eyes, girl. Your son is not great. Trash. Un hombre de basura. And that's where he's going to stay.
What does that mean, sis?
A trash man.
Okay, thank you
Waste
for the tongues.
Man.
Say it again.
F-boy. We already know what it is. We know what it is. We know what it is.
My oh my. The panel now speaking different languages. We love it. Thank you for that. CC.
So I said last week that I was sick of Chris and Paige. I said I was tired of Chris and Paige. Now this week I'm sick of Chris and Paige. But I got a little bit for the mama. So when Chris was sitting there doing this very forced, like we have to shoot this scene, waste of a scene, he says, well, you know me, if I start something and I don't want to do it, and she interjects and says, I already know. And part of me just was like, so at what point do you realize that you've raised a man that doesn't follow through on his commitments and that's not okay? Do you not feel anything? Are you desensitized because you've possibly normalized this type of behavior, possibly in your own marriage, and hence now you see nothing wrong with it in your own son? Quite possibly that could be true, but part of me was just still very disappointed that as a woman, she wasn't able, or as Paige says, as a woman, she wasn't able to connect with what Paige, Mercedes, or even the first fiance have experienced at the hands of her seed. I just found that to be quite odd. But I guess, the trash doesn't fall far out of the landfill. So
I've never heard that one before, but what a powerful analogy that one is. I like that. Powerful. Thank you, Kelly. Who's going next? Is it Bad and Bougie or is it Purple Aid? Who's first? Bad and Bougie? Okay, Bad and Bougie, you may open up.
Yeah. So the mother's that way because the mother was absent. It's absolutely obvious. There's no connection to her son. She was that same way when Paige came down and told her about having sex with her and telling her she was unattractive. It was the same way. She was just making excuses. Was he drunk? And it's the same energy she carries. It's all just a facade. It's all just show. She's not really plugged into her son. And I think somewhere along the line, they mentioned that she didn't raise him. I think the grandparents raised him. So that's probably where that's coming from too. She has no relationship to her child. She wasn't even talking to him like a mother would. A mother would not talk to their child that way. It was just like, it was as if, a friend, not even a friend, like an associate telling you something at work and you're having lunch and you just really are not even listening. Like you're giving answers halfway. Like that's kind of how that whole communication was, because there was nothing that she said that was motherly other than, yeah. What did she say? Callie? Yeah, I know that.
I already know.
I already know. That's the only thing that she said that was kind of like, I already know you. But everything else she said was very, there was no value to it. There is no value to their relationship. And it showed in the way that they communicate to each other, because she couldn't even hold him accountable. If you as a mother who carried that child can hold your child accountable, who will? You carried your child for 10 months. If you cannot hold him accountable, why do you think anybody else will? And that's the tree that he came from. He's never been held accountable. And so when Paige comes and starts asking questions, other people start asking him questions. He's just like, what the heck are you doing? I'm not used to this. This is not done in my circle. This is not done in my family. Nobody does this to me. Nobody holds me accountable. And that's what that is. That's what that is. It was a really sad interaction, because I think that was a moment where the mother could at least open his eyes to see where Paige was coming from, at least from a woman's perspective. This is what you did wrong. This is what you could have done right. Because at the end of the day, you have gotten somebody pregnant, and you may have a daughter, and you may need to still be able to have relationship with your daughter. And the mother dropped the ball because, well, she doesn't have that relationship with her child. But when it comes to Chris, you know that toy that you play with and like something breaks and like, you know, you try to glue it, you try to tape it, it doesn't work, like it's just broken, you know, or a clock that's broken that you can't fix it. That's Chris. Paige just needs to take him and just throw the whole thing away. Like just throw it all away, because there's nothing you can do with him. There's nothing you can do. For a man to sleep with you this many times and then tell you they're not attracted to you, and then for 5 days when they can't reach you, now they start telling you I want a serious relationship. What do you mean you want a serious relationship? You've never said this before. I'm not talking to you because you're not meeting my emotional need. Is this the first time you learned this phrase? Because we have never heard you use emotional needs ever in this whole time you've been married. We didn't even know you knew what that was. But now,
therapist.
That's a who?
That's the therapist.
Oh, okay. The therapist. Where was the therapist 25 days ago?
I don't know, but it's working somehow.
Okay. 25 days. You were absent from this marriage. And you come 5 days just because you call her and she didn't answer, because you're used to calling her and then she jumps. So now you call her, she doesn't answer. So now you're thinking, oh, something's wrong. I don't need her to leave me. I'm going to be the one leaving the situation. And so you drop her. Either that or Mercedes was so happy with the car that Mercedes came back and he was like, you know what? I don't really need you anymore. So it's one or the other. But it's just the audacity of him. It's disgusting. And it's disgusting even more that Paige played into it. The fact that, here's the situation with Paige and Chris. We're all triggered by Paige, right? And with Eric and Virginia, we're triggered by Eric, because Eric is the one that's doing the thing that is so terrible. With Paige, we're like, you should be able to see through what Chris is doing. Why are you still here? So we're triggered by her. She needs to be the one who moves from that relationship. She needs to move herself all the way from that relationship. And I agree with Prayer Warrior. If she can't move herself totally from that relationship without asking why me, why not you? This is a lesson that you want to learn so you can take it to your new relationship. You don't want to grow? This was an experiment. It didn't work. It's okay. Your brother said that you shot a 3-pointer. It didn't go in. It's okay. Take your lesson, move on. Why not you? You want to stay in this mess? No. So I'm hoping that she actually does understand what's going on and has enough strength to move on, because she's literally a side chick. She's always gonna be a side chick. That's the category he has put her in, and that's the category she would stay in. I don't care if you have a ring. I don't care if you signed a piece of paper. You are always gonna be the side chick, and the side chick gets cold chicken and French fries, and that's it.
Thank you very much for that, Badamouche. Who wants to go next to talk about the Purple Age? Sorry, Purple Age is next. Purple Age, you're next. Sorry, apologies. You are on the list. I apologize. Yes, Purple Age. I keep thinking Purple Rain.
It's Purple Age, not Purple Rain.
You might have changed your
I love Purple Rain, you know.
Go for it, sis.
I'm going to start with Chris's mom because that's the common theme here, and then I'm going to end with Paige. Chris's mom. Like, we knew she was an enabler from like the second episode, and now I really see it. Like, she really solidified that assumption for me. when he was talking in the camera, talking about like, I hope she brings a filter, that was all cap. You capping, bro. You know good and well your mom is just like Paige. Your mom is Paige. Because your dad acts like you. You got that from your dad. And your mom let it happen. Probably the difference is that your dad might have been attracted to your mom. Okay, so that's the difference in it all. But she's just like it. Like she thinks that this is normal behavior. That's why she was like, "Oh, I know how you are." Yeah, because you think that that's normal behavior, like that's acceptable behavior. So you're just like Paige. Do you not realize that your son is absolutely deplorable and it reflects terribly on you? This is what you raise into this world. A complete monster. And you're just nonchalant about it. Like I was hoping that she would just prove me wrong and just rip him a new one. Because I know my mama would not be going for that. What? You did what now? Upside your head, okay? Upside your head. But she didn't do that. So anyway, that's enough about her. Like I really just think she's trash, just like her son. Now Paige. When she was talking to her brother and everything, I heard her, I felt her. I'm not convinced. I think that it's almost like when somebody gets caught for doing something, right? And then they want to apologize. I feel like this is the same situation with Paige. Like she, Chris basically had to end the relationship with her because she wouldn't let it go. And so now all of a sudden she got all this woman empowerment and all of this self-love and all of this, I deserve better. But best believe, if he came back into the scenario talking crazy stuff, she would be right back at it. The thing is, like, she knows better. She knows that this is madness. She knows that she's just in love with the idea of marriage, but she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She still wants to be married at all costs. And that's just the vibes that I get from her. One thing she said that struck me was she never felt this level of rejection. Meaning she has felt rejection, just not this level, just not this blatant of rejection. So the rejection that she felt in the past means that it was just warming her up for this moment. And the fact that because like if you look at the way that she acted in all of these scenarios where Chris blatantly like ished on her, for lack of a better term, she took it with such stride. And I'm like, Paige, this is not cute. This is not okay. Like, please realize. But she took it with such stride, and that let me know that she's not new to this. She is true to this. From her own words, So, Paige, like, another thing that she said that was a little bit like the math wasn't mathing. You talking about you have 2 therapists? But then when Brianna said that she went to therapy before coming on this show, you was like, oh, I wish I did that. Okay, let me do some math here. How is it that you have 2 therapists? 2, not 1, 2. But before coming on this show, you didn't see not now one of them. So when did you get these two therapists, and why weren't they present during this whole process? And on top of that, you had Pastor Cal, Dr. Viviana, whatever the other lady chick name is. Paige, you are stubborn beyond measure. Beyond measure. And you wanted this. You're used to this. You're true to this. You think this is what makes you a woman of God, and it's sad. I don't think she's learned her lesson at all. Then, like, I'm analyzing, because I overthink everything. I'm analyzing her conversation with her brother. I thought her brother was about to, shake some tables, get mad that this nigga done dogged her out. Cause I know my brother's very overprotective. He would have been like, where he at? Where he at? Enough talk. Where he at? But then he says something like, embrace the struggle. I need him to expound on that a little bit more. Because what did that mean? Because she's been embracing the struggle this whole time. That's not what she needs to be doing. Don't be embracing this struggle. Reject. Okay? Put that out of here. And, divorce. That's a common theme in Paige's life. And I have a lot of friends who have dealt with divorce. Paige has dealt with divorce in her family, in her life. That has caused some deficiencies in her perception of self-esteem, self-worth, and what a healthy relationship looks like. And so she carried that in this situation. Yeah, she doesn't want a divorce to happen, but she also doesn't know what a healthy relationship looks like. So this is what she thought was the best way to go. And when, this is why, I still I can't relinquish my sympathy for Paige, because she was failed at a young age. And this is why, we had the live the other day about patriarchy and, men and, in society, all this stuff, and blaming Denia for the Derek Jackson situation. But my thing is that a lot of times when women stay in these abusive relationships, it's usually having to do with the fact that this isn't the first abusive relationship that they've been in. Usually the first abusive relationship is with their fathers. And so that carries with them throughout their life. If your father wasn't there to show you what love looks like and how you should receive love from a man, you are set up for failure, baby girl. You are. And that's exactly what happened to Paige. And I feel sorry for her. I still feel bad for her. I'm just like, girl. And the thing is, she just still doesn't get it. She said that she came in whole to this situation. I don't believe that. I believe you came into this situation broken. And you thought that this was going to repair you. But because you were broken, you remain broken. So yeah, I hope she stays away from Chris. I hope Chris just don't do the whole ego feeding thing. Like, just stay away. It's no purpose to it. I hear people talking about spoiler alerts. Don't even do me, because I'm really hoping like that she makes the right decision on decision day. Okay. I don't want no spoiler alerts, but if for whatever reason she decides to like stay with this man, that's when I'll lose sympathy for Paige. That's when. Because at that point, it's like, I mean, there's no hope. There is no hope for you. You want, at that point, I'm thinking you're a sadomasochist. You know, humiliation turns you on. That's what gets you going at that point. So, I don't know. That's all I have to say about them. I hope she's done for real. I'm praying for her. If she's not, girl, what can we do? What can we do?
Where the money resides, Flo?
Yep. Thanks for that, Purple8. I'm just going to try to keep it brief and keep it cute. All right, Paige is 26. She looks mad old, but she's 26. I keep having to remind myself, what? I mean, everyone's thinking it. I keep having to remind myself that she's just 26. So, you know, she's, you know, whenever Paige walks into the room, the soundtrack is "Truth Is I'm Tired," you know, options are few. And she's 26. She's too young to have that as her soundtrack. She literally should be having "My Neck, My Back." I don't know, something else. She's too young. You know, she's too young to be having Tamala Mann, you know, singing as she's breezing into the room. When she's describing marriage, she's like, "I'm about to be a whole wife. A whole wife." I'm like, how many wives have you seen? Like this whole wife stuff. There's some people that are single mothers in their marriage. You know, there's some single women in their marriage. Trust me, I've sat with quite a number. All right. So this a whole wife. I feel like as a community, we need to be honest about how marriage is. It really is, because I don't know who gave Paige a picture of what marriage is, but a lot of times it's not all warm and fuzzies. I don't know where she got her idea from, but once again, I have to remind myself she's just 26, so I'm assuming it's immaturity. Her brother's face, Purple8, you were talking about her brother not giving you the energy. Honestly, I was laughing. That whole scene where she's like all passionate to her brother, like he couldn't even leave me a note. He couldn't even like, you know, send me a text message. And her brother's just like, because he's used to her foolishness. This isn't the first time that she's talked about some guy, the guy who she was a stepmama for, the kid that she said she put on her resume. That guy, her brother has been on this roller coaster. See, unlike Paige, her brother has gotten off the ride. Paige is still going all around and around and around, right? So her brother has been there, done that, bought a t-shirt, not wearing it. He's just like, you know what? You're on the other side. You have another lick to your belt. You have another scar to your skin. You'll be fine. You'll be tougher next time. But the man he's been there with her. He already knows that this is how she does. So he wasn't giving energy, because as far as he's concerned, he would be fighting every dude in the street, because Paige has no discernment. And she will take the nearest thing, the closest person that says, "Hey, beautiful," she'd be like, "Okay." So he's not trying to fight any battles. He has a face to preserve. Yes. Also, you know, look, I called it. I hate to say I told you so. I called it like episode, I don't even know, 1 of this live. I don't even know that Chris isn't going to leave her. Sorry, that Paige isn't going to leave Chris. Chris is going to leave her. And that's it. All this energy that Paige is giving to her brother. I'm like, Paige, you're reading yourself. You're saying he can't leave a note. You're saying he couldn't do the bare minimum. And I'm like, but you're reading yourself, because if he couldn't do all those things and you're still there, you're pretty much just saying, I'm a fool and I'm a bigger fool. And you know what? I'm a fool's fool. Like, it's just like, girl, every time you talk about how crazy Chris is, you're just pointing the finger at yourself about how crazy you are, because you're still there. I don't understand. Like, I don't know. The whole episode, everyone who painted themselves to be a victim in some way, shape, or form was an orchestrator in their victimhood. That's just kind of what I saw the whole time. So yeah, Paige, I still don't think she's done, because she keeps telling people that she's done, but she's only done because someone pulled the plug to the music, so she can't dance anymore. The moment Chris comes back, the DJ comes back and plugs in the music, she's gonna be right back where we found her. You know, it's like Leon Scott in the comments said, it's the moment he comes in and says, I have an evangelical attraction, Paige gonna be like, hallelujah. So I'm gonna put her on Prayer Warriors list, but I honestly, look, I feel like there's starving children in the world, earthquakes, pandemic, homelessness, and then Paige. She's not on the top of my prayer list. That's all I'm gonna say. Sorry.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Prayer Warrior, you have to keep it short. You said you wanted to add. You have to keep it short. You have to keep it short.
Triple A covered it, bringing up the fact that, you know, Paige said she was whole coming into this process. And my question was, how is someone whole? How can a person who has slept multiple times with someone who does not find them attractive be whole, among other things? So that was my question. I just don't agree that she was whole coming into this process at all. And if that's her definition of whole, her therapists are not doing their job and should probably have their license revoked. Just saying.
Thank you guys. Do you know what? It's been deep. It's been good. It's been funny. We've laughed. We've catched jokes. Guys who are in the chat, you know, you don't get to see what happens behind the scenes. Sometimes you may see us laughing. We have a separate chat that we can see in private. Some of the stuff people are in there absolutely ridiculous. The professionalism is absolutely abysmal. And yes, but it's I love it. We keep it funky and we keep it fresh in there. So I really do appreciate the panelists as well. So if you see us laughing, we're not actually laughing at the point someone else is saying. We're actually laughing because someone's put, you know, a comment in the comments in our private chat, and we're laughing at it. But again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been really, really good actually. I think today, you know, we hit some really good points as well, and it was good to have you, David. It's good to have you on as well. It's always good to have another male on as well, just to kind of give a bit of balance, even though we're outnumbered. And one day we'll get a bit more balanced and have more men on the panel, innit? One day. But yeah, audience members, thank you again for turning up. I know it's probably like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock for you guys over there. I mean, quit crying, because it's 6 o'clock over here. So listen, whilst we're here, we're all enjoying. You understand? We're all in this together. Like, you know, High School Musical says, we are all in this together, guys. So if you've enjoyed it, make sure you leave a like, and make sure also as well you leave a comment down below as well. Share this with somebody. If somebody needs this, like if somebody could benefit from hearing this kind of good conversation, you know, we always talk about wanting to see great content out there to kind of counteract some of the stuff that's out there that is trash. Share this around, because that's how we beat those kind of things. Share good content around, you know, as well. And if you want to get a hold of these lovely panelists as well, I'm gonna have to start getting the details. I can put it in the description so that everybody's contactable, whoever wants to be contactable, because some people are not going to be contactable. Okay. But yeah, guys, it's been good. I really do appreciate that. I would say we conclude with our finishing points, but we are already over our time. So thank you so much, guys, for joining us for the conversation. Some of us are going to have an after chat, I'm sure, but we appreciate you guys. Stay locked, stay loaded. Sinead, love the hoodie, by the way. Listen, the Mineral Gang. You just show it to the camera for the Mineral Gang's hoodie. That, you get me? I didn't even know it was a Mineral Gang hoodie. I didn't.
Minerals, you got the minerals. You got the minerals.
And that's on that. Stay hydrated, guys.